and welcome to the Tuesday, May 25th Council as a Whole meeting. I now call this meeting to order. Please be advised that FATV is conducting audio and video recording of this meeting for public broadcast, and I would ask that anyone in the audience who is recording identify themselves for the record now. Seeing none, Councillor Kuchar, would you please lead us in the salute to the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
President Zarella.
Here.
Councillor Boschman.
Right here.
Councillor Kuchar.
Here.
Councillor Di Natale.
Here.
Councillor Fleming.
Here, remote.
Councillor Green.
Here, remote.
Councillor Hughes.
Here.
Councillor Schultz.
Here remotely.
Councillor Squalia.
Present.
Councillor Van Hazinga.
Here.
Councillor Walsh.
Here.
Thank you very much. Public forum. The public has been advised to contact the clerk's office by noon today regarding any comments of no more than 2 minutes. None were brought to our attention, and I see no members of the public in the audience. So we will move on to the agenda of the meeting. What we are going to have tonight is a presentation from the mayor and his finance team on the FY 2022 budget. I have asked that we have a pause after each segment of the budget for councillors to ask questions, so I do ask that we hold any questions until those pauses. We will not actually be voting on any of these items on the agenda tonight. They are going to be sent to a further meeting. With that said, Mr. Mayor, if you and your team would like to proceed, welcome, and thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, councilors. As you may remember, a year ago, due to the uncertainty caused by the pandemic, I decided to forego submitting a budget for fiscal year 2021 and to submit month-to-month spending plans for July, August, and September. At that time, the state was in almost total lockdown, and there was no indication from the legislature of what state aid would be. Tax deadlines had been extended so that while the city could continue to assess taxes, there was a question about how much would be actually collected. Total lockdown also seemed to foreshadow a drop in local receipts as well. If revenue fell in all sectors, then the city could have been in dire fiscal shape. Given the uncertainty, I proposed a budget in September that reduced staff across most departments, primarily through attrition. I also proposed that the city also not embark on any new endeavors outside of pandemic relief in order to forestall any possible fiscal calamity. These measures were consistent with a conservative approach to budgeting, keeping revenue estimates down and limiting expenses. As the budget proposal was being finalized, the city became eligible for funding through FEMA for emergency expenses and through the CARES Act. Both sources of money came with restrictions, but did take some of the pandemic pressure off the budget by allowing reimbursement for COVID-related expense. While the reimbursement rules changed over time, this funding did greatly help the city. In addition, the revenue did not drop as precipitously as was feared. For example, a valid assumption was made that the lockdown would drive down building permit fees because of a lack of building projects. Instead, building projects continued or perhaps even increased because people were home and ready to tackle remodeling projects. So while the hotel excise tax revenue and investment income revenue fell, most other local revenue held its own. Moving forward to this year, the revenue estimates for FY22 are still affected by the pandemic, but not to the extent that was initially feared. The city has approached the FY22 budget process with a little more optimism than last year and has been able to restore positions lost through attrition in FY21. The FY22 budget also supports a full summer recreation program for this season and full summer crews for the Highway, Cemetery, and Parks divisions of the Public Works Department. City has also been able to add a few new positions to support the work being done by those various departments. Fiscally, the city is not out of the woods, but it is progressing in a positive direction. The pandemic has certainly been a challenge and distraction. Fortunately, because of past fiscal prudence, the city had reserves and free cash, which it has been able to use as a bridge to future revenue streams, thereby allowing the city to operate within a minimum disruption in our services. While there is still work to be done, the city is back on the right path. Finally, the city is expecting to be receiving money from the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. U.S. Treasury Department recently announced the guidelines on how these funds can be spent. The city is in the process of reviewing those guidelines and will be formulating a plan. Since these funds are to be spent over the next 5 years, it is important that we take the time to do the job right. Once the general plan is put together, I plan to submit it to the City Council for your review. In closing, I'd like to offer a special thank you to the finance team for their valuable expertise, as well as all department heads and city staff for their cooperation and effort, especially during these difficult times. The budget we present to you tonight is indicative of a growing and succeeding city. I look forward to working closely with the City Council as we engage in a formal discussion of the budget. I'm confident that together we will produce a budget that is fiscally responsible while providing critical services to the constituents of the city of Fitchburg. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Calvin Brooks, our city auditor, will begin the budget process. Mr. Brooks, please.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilors, I would ask you to turn to page 4 in your budget books. And as we go through this budget, we'll go page by page and just let you know what is going on in this budget. So page 4 talks about revenue for the city. And I guess any budgeting starts with revenue. You have to know how much you have to spend before you start spending it. This page shows taxation and state aid. The next page will show local receipts. Basically, the tax levy covers about 42% of our expenses. State aid covers about 46%. Local receipts are about 10%, and available funds about 2%. Looking at the taxation or the tax levy, we're assuming a full 2.5% increase in the levy. New growth is estimated right now at $660,000. The assessors feel it could go a little bit higher, and if it does, we'll more than likely be making adjustments in our local receipts. We won't know that number until fall when values are certified. For state aid, which is the next 3 sections, we're using the governor's numbers from his budget proposal to the legislature. That's generally a conservative approach, because if anything, the legislature will add to his numbers. Assessments, we again use the governor's numbers. The assessments are charges that the state withholds from our local aid, from our state aid, and are for certain specific things. Okay? On page 5, you'll see that it starts with local receipts. These are...
Mr. President, my apologies. Are we allowed to ask questions on the pages that are being presented, or do we wait until the end of the presentation?
Mr. Brooks, I would just ask that at the points that you feel are natural break points,
Okay.
if you could just pause and
Okay.
invite questions.
So are there, I guess I would ask, are there questions on the information with this tax levy and state aid? Okay.
I get a question on.
Yes, sir.
Counselor Boishman?
With the trouble that the whole city had, as the mayor said earlier in his speech.
Yes.
And with the residents being unemployed, why are we going all the way up to 2.5? Why use that because we can by law, but why at this present time in our city?
I think that the belief is we're doing that in order to maintain and keep going with the city services that need to be undertaken.
Counselor, I would welcome an opportunity to be able to cut that levy, but once again, we need to maintain the services we have today, and we have to provide even more services, and it's happening on a daily basis. So where do we find that money? I know your motives are noble. I agree with you. People have gone through a lot, and it would be wonderful if we could give them some kind of relief in that department. However, I couldn't in good conscience do that and not have them being affected in other ways.
Okay.
And if I can just insert something that, before it comes up, as we've looked at the guidelines from the federal government on the ARPA funds, they may not be used to reduce taxes. Okay? They may not. So if we're saying, well, we're going to take $1 million from ARPA funds to reduce the taxes, they will not let us do that.
I have no problem with that, sir.
Okay. And on the issue of ARPA funding, I just want to say that the money that we're getting has already been spent at least 3 or 4 times by various people within city government, and so I just express a certain amount of caution as we move forward to make sure we don't overpromise the spending on that. All right, so going on.
Mr. Brooks, did you tell him that most of the money's going to Ward 2?
What? They tell us, all the federal delegation tells us, put in for everything. And then the agency that gets it says, nah, that's not allowed, that's not allowed. So I give them a call back and say, not allowed. Oh, we'll work on it. Good. Yeah, good luck.
Right. Okay, page 5, we're looking at local receipts. So this is money that the city takes in directly from the services that we're providing. Starting first on the list is the motor vehicle excise tax. I would point out that the second item, other excise room, that's the room tax we get. We're estimating that this year at 0. The Division of Local Services will not let us estimate revenue greater than what our prior year receipts were unless we have a darn good reason for it. And at this point in time, we don't have a reason to estimate higher than 0 because we're waiting for Great Wolf to open. We expect it to open, and that's our only source of funding for this particular line. The next line is the other excise for marijuana. This is the marijuana sales tax. To date, this year, we've taken in about $184,000. So we're putting in an estimate of $200,000 for next year's budget. I expect when that payment comes in quarterly, so we have one more payment due in this year. So next year, we'll start to have a full year of active sales on that. Charges for services trash, that's the tipping fees that we collect at the landfill. What we've generally done is we estimate the amount of our solid waste expenses to offset our tipping, is offset by our tipping fees. Tipping fees have been substantially higher than that cost, but there's a reluctance to have trash fees, tipping fees subsidize other parts of the budget. At this point, the landfill is scheduled to close in, I believe, 2024. There's efforts being made to extend the life of the landfill, but even looking ahead, if it's extended for another few years, I think it's still prudent to keep that revenue estimate even with the solid waste expenses so that we don't become reliant on revenue that is not that we don't have assurances that it's going to continue from year to year. And I think, as you've heard me say a few times, if in fact the landfill does close in 2024, then we've got about 3 years to figure out what we're going to do next. And so there could be discussions in the next year about how we want to replace that lost revenue. Fines and forfeits, you'll notice that that's down as an estimate. That's because we've written fewer tickets in the last year, and so obviously we're collecting less in fines. Investment income is also down. As you know, interest rates are almost down to zero, so the money that we were making just a couple of years ago has virtually dried up. You can see on the non-recurring revenue that the Monty Tech School Resource Officer is again a source of revenue. Last year, Monty Tech did not want that officer and weren't going to pay for it. They have come back this year and said, yes, they will pay for that officer. So the revenue is there. You'll see it noted in the police department budget that it's an offset to one position in that budget. And I would point out that this page is showing the numbers from the tax recap when we set the tax rate. Page 52, near the end of the book, shows what actual revenues are for fiscal years 17 to 20, and then we use recap and estimated for the following years. And that'll give you an idea as to just how careful we are with our revenue estimates to make sure that we have sufficient revenue coming in to cover what our estimates are. The last item I would cover is, the last two, I guess, is overlay surplus and available funds. The overlay surplus, so if you go to page 4, you'll notice in the first section in red, reserve for abatements, and a minus $950,000. That's what we reduce our tax levy estimates because we hold out $950,000 in case we have to abate a certain amount of taxes. Historically, we abate about $250,000, so we end up ahead $700,000. So that $700,000 is subsequently released by the assessors, to come back into the budget. I know there's been discussion over the years about whether that's a good practice or not. At this point, that's the practice, so that's what we're doing, but I think down the road, it could be something we could look at. We just have to make sure that we do it in a way that doesn't skew one year out of the years. And finally, is available funds. This is money coming from our free cash, and it's basically broken down into 3 parts this year. $675,000 is going to the snow and ice reserve, and that's something we've done the last couple of years, taking this year's free cash to pay for next year's snow and ice. $900,000 represents the hotel excise lost revenue estimate, and again, as the mayor expressed, we're using that as a bridge to get from before the pandemic to after the pandemic, when we expect Great Wolf to reopen. That payment is made quarterly, and it's made a quarter in arrears. So if Great Wolf were to open July 1, we would not get a payment until December 31, at least. So we've still got a little ways to go before we can use that. What I would say is that if they were to not reopen, we would then have to directly address that revenue shortfall in some fashion. And the last piece of this is $200,000 representing host fees we've collected this year that we're just putting in as a kind of a placeholder for some marijuana, cannabis money. Last year, that figure was $300,000, so we've dropped it down to $200,000 this year. I expect next year that it would be zero because we should have a full estimate for the marijuana sales tax. Last year, we had also included $234,000 from available funds to cover the costs of moving back to City Hall. That was a one-time expense, and now that we're moved, we shouldn't need that anymore. Okay, Councilor.
Mr. Brooks, I have one thing to add regarding Great Wolf. I just received a communique today from the general manager there. They're going to be opening, I don't want to give out an exact date, but it's the 3rd week in June. They're already bringing back their employees. They're making necessary adjustments to the building, getting it up to speed, so they're planning on opening, I want to say the 24th, 25th, something like that of June. So that's good news.
Very nice. Thank you for letting us know. Counselor Boishman?
Question for you. Reimbursement for related airport expenses. Airport. I notice that every year is 50,000. How come that never goes up where everything else is going up?
So that represents their share of, I'm going to call it indirect costs.
Right.
We've been pegging it at 50,000 because that's kind of what they can afford to pay us. If we went to a higher number or began to do something more exact, we basically, up until this point, we would have then been having to appropriate additional funds to the airport to cover a deficit.
Okay.
I think that's something that can be addressed as we move forward, as the airport begins to work its way out of the losses that they have incurred over the last 5 years.
Okay. The overlay surplus,
Yes, sir.
if I recall right, as I sat when we were doing the taxation, setting rate,
Yes.
that I saw in the overlay surplus over almost 3.5 million, then you took 700,000 to balance the budget.
Yep.
What happened to the rest of the money on the overlay surplus of the 2.5, not counting this year going back in?
Okay, so there is about that much left in overlay surplus or reserve for abatements. Some of that we have to keep to offset uncollectible personal property tax, because if we write off personal property tax, we have to have something to write it off against, and that's what that reserve is. It doesn't apply to real estate, because real estate is, we can lien the property, and in theory, the lien covers the cost of the taxes. The other piece is just to have a reserve so that if somebody goes to the appellate tax board and challenges their taxes,
Yeah.
then we have a place to charge those costs to.
So is it fair to say to this council that we have about $3.5 million in the overlay fund right now as we sit here?
I would have said it was 2.5, and then after the first of the year, as we begin to collect taxes, it'll go back up, yes.
All right. Okay, that's enough for now. Get more later.
Thank you, Counselor.
Counselor Di Natale?
Thank you. Is it fair to say that the free cash balance is a barometer of how strong we're doing with the pandemic? Whether we're out of the pandemic woods or not? Is that a fair statement?
The balance?
The reliance on free cash to balance a budget.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Last year, we did 2.1.
Yep,
This year, it's 1.775,
yep.
which means we don't have adequate revenues to cover what's in this package for expenses, so we're dipping into the well. Before the pandemic, we weren't using anything.
Correct.
The fact that we still are heavily reliant on it, is it fair to say that pre-pandemic, when we were using no available funds, that to truly get out of the pandemic woods, that account needs to be zero?
I guess I would turn around what you said and would say, once we're out of the pandemic woods, that account should go to zero.
Right.
But we're in the middle of the woods right now.
Great point. So segue into my next question. If we're still in the middle of the woods, why are we adding back every single job we let go last year when we were reliant on free cash still? And more importantly, why are we adding new positions pre-pandemic before this thing hit? We were in a position 3 years ago, our finances were very strong, we had record free cash, and some of these jobs were requested and we didn't give it to them. But we're giving it to them now, when we need 1.1 million in free cash to balance? So you just said, Mr. Auditor, we're not out of the woods yet. I agree with you. Besides the attrition jobs all coming back, we're adding new positions beyond where we were at pre-pandemic? Are we not being a little, to put it nicely, aggressive? Should we not wait until our free cash is zero before we... There can be an argument made for the attrition, but the new positions, I'd like to have that explained to me. because in 2019 and in 2020, we used nothing.
Counselor,
So,
can I ask that you hold your questions about the new positions until we get to the line items that address those?
okay, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself, Mr. President, but I guess my theme for him that he answered was the fact that we're using this money still, we're not out of the pandemic woods yet. Yet the way this budget looks, we're acting like we're way beyond it.
Okay. And if I may answer, just
Go right ahead.
I'm looking at the revenue piece of it. And I guess I look at this, we're using these funds, the mayor used the word bridge. It's a bridge to get from pre-pandemic to post-pandemic. Because if we can assume that Great Wolf was generating, and I'm going to use round numbers, $1 million of revenue for us when they were open, they've been closed, and then they will reopen, and once they're up and running, and this will, I mean, the other piece is it's going to take a little bit of time for them to get going again. They could be generating $1 million in revenue. So how do we get from, I guess I want to say get across the ravine, because that's what we've got. And we're using the free cash to do that this time. It's the same level, and I understand you can look at this and say, well, we're using the same amount of free cash revenue, and yet last year we were reducing staff to meet the budget. I think last year we were being ever more careful because we didn't, as we were starting in on this process, we really didn't know what was going to happen with this pandemic, and we didn't know what kind of relief was going to come. And I think things have not turned out the way we might have feared it would turn out. The building permits is one example of a number that we thought it was coming very strong, and after a couple of years ago, I guess City Council raised the building permit fees, and we began to generate some pretty good revenue from that. Pandemic hit, there was an assumption that we would lose that, and we haven't lost that. So I think the revenue has remained consistent, and so where we didn't, where we felt we wanted to just be more careful and pull back on some things, this year we don't feel that need to.
There is always the option of a supplemental budget, is there not?
There's an option of a supplemental budget if you have revenue to cover it. So you could, if you were to not fund that $1 million out of free cash right now, we still won't have $1 million in new revenue before we set the tax rate next year. And that would have to be by September. And we probably won't have free cash certified by then. So we're going to be stuck.
All right, I'm trying to be careful here because I know I'm limited in what I can say, but I'm not disagreeing that we need free cash to use.
Okay?
Not saying that. When you had free cash reliance last year, and you did what you did with the package, and this year your reliance is not as much, but it's still significant, the pendulum is swinging the entire opposite direction and maybe going around, you know?
Okay.
Attrition gone, all back, and oh, by the way, we're going to add some too. Not 2-3 years ago, but now we're going to add them. I find the timing to be suspect and very aggressive, and there's no reason why the city can't hold off until we get the money in hand to bring these jobs back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Squalia.
Thank you. The other excise marijuana?
Yes, ma'am.
So that includes all of our 3% sales tax, and does it also include the 1%, the 1.5% that we were getting for the gross wholesale for some companies?
Okay, no, it does not. So the marijuana excise tax of $200,000 is strictly the 3% sales tax. The, what I call host fees is what we're collecting that 1% or whatever on manufacturers, I think it's primarily manufacturers.
Right.
And that's a part of an agreement that's got about a 5-year life, and that'll go away. So I think we're using it just, it's kind of a filler until we can get this full we have a better handle on what the 3% sales tax is going to be like.
So the 1%, 1.5%, the host fees, those aren't included in the budget, those just kind of get added on free cash depending on
They
how much
come-
we get?
Correct, they come in through free cash. In this budget, I'm using about 200,000 from last year's host fees as part of the available funds.
Thank you. For the landfill, so these numbers are revenue, the 20 recap, 2.2 million, 21 recap, 3.1 million, and so in our FY22, we're estimating that low so that we have an extra $600,000 cushion you kind of alluded to.
Right, so the estimate is based on what we actually spent, or will actually expect to spend. The number last year, 3.13 million, was a number that I had to plug in at the very end to set the tax rate. If you recall, when we were doing the budget, we appropriated, or was going to appropriate $700,000 out of overlay surplus. However, it turns out we weren't allowed to do that because the overlay surplus was paid, this is accounting, was released in June, and because it wasn't spent in June, it had to be closed to fund balance. I assumed, like free cash, we could just hold it and use it in the 21 budget. The Division of Local Services said, no, we can't. So I had to come up with 700,000. I knew there was enough money in that line to get us through this tax rate setting. So that's what I did. I think if you look at last year's budget, that number is closer to 2.5.
So the revenue for the landfill, that 3.1 million, that wasn't accurate?
That's not an actual number. No.
Okay.
If you go to page 52.
52.
52, yep. And that has the actual numbers for 17, 18, 19, and 20. And then 21 is a budget or recap figure.
Okay, so FY20 was 3 million,
Correct.
and our recap was 2.2. So we received more than we budgeted.
Correct.
Okay. And so, figuring on last year's numbers, are we figuring the 3 million is about what we'll get from last year, or are we purposely
Okay.
figuring low?
It's figured, the 2.5 million that we have in this year's budget is basically what we have further in the budget for the expenses for solid waste. And historically, that's what we've tried to use as the revenue, so that they equal. I can say that in FY21, and I don't have actual figures here, the revenue is coming in much less than 3 million. Because of the pandemic, there's less trash being generated and disposed of. So when there's a downturn in the economy or something, then that will happen. And basically, that's going to hit our free cash rather than directly affecting the budget, because we haven't expected that revenue, haven't planned for that revenue.
So we're anticipating less than 3 million, but more than 2.5.
We shouldn't have any problem getting to the 2.5, correct?
And the additional cushion, because we don't know, we're not allocating that to, I remember Director Steve Curry suggested that we start a fund for the landfill closure.
Yep.
Are we doing anything like that?
So yes, there was 150,000 last year in this year's budget for that, and I think we have another 100,000, do we? Yeah, there's another 100,000 in this year for that purpose.
Is that on page 33?
I think it'll be
under the
covered,
Board of
it'll be
Health?
covered in the health budget.
It is covered in?
It'll be covered later in the health department budget.
Okay.
If that's all right.
I have another question about the meter garage receipts.
Oh, meter, yep.
Where is that noted in our general fund revenue? I see that it's we offset parking
The offset.
officer costs with meter garage receipts, but where is that in the
Okay, so
revenue?
that's not in our revenue here. It's called an offset receipt. So When parking meter revenue comes in, or money for the parking rental in the parking garages come in, it goes into a special revenue account where the receipts, the revenue is reserved for parking purposes. And then city council appropriates those funds, usually at the budget time, to the budget to cover the parking work that's being done. Two bodies plus the expenses.
So our receipts for the parking meters and garage are over our expenses, typically year to year.
They go to a separate pot of money, and then we draw from that annually.
And that separate pot of money is usually above what we spend?
There has been a balance for a number of years, yes. I think we're spending a little faster than we're taking in right now, but
Right now?
right now, yep.
Okay. That's all for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Green.
Yes, hi, thank you. My question goes back to the tipping fee on the charge for services under the trash. And if we look ahead, page 36, every year we spend more and more money on the contract fees of collection and disposal with Waste Management, our contracted services. So I guess I'm wondering why, knowing that potentially our landfill could be closed, why aren't we generating more money for that? Or why aren't we charging Waste Management more for our services, knowing that pretty soon our residents that pay for trash service are going to have to pay even more to have their trash and recycle disposed of?
Okay, so I guess I would answer it this way, Counselor, that currently the residents basically pay nothing for their solid waste pickup, because it is all covered by tipping fees at the landfill. And then some. Because if we take in $3 million and we're only paying out $2.5 million, there's another $500,000 that's subsidizing or could subsidize the budget. That's why we're not estimating higher than the $2.5 million that's the actual expense. And that's why if the landfill closes, there's going to have to be a discussion on how that cost is being paid. The residents are going to end up having to pay for it. I think Fitchburg is very lucky to have a landfill of its own, because it's not only generating money, it's saving on transportation costs and disposal costs that without that landfill would raise the cost. So without a landfill, the solid waste cost will not be $2.5 million. It'll be substantially more than that because of transportation and disposal costs added on.
And when do we foresee having more of that discussion on what we're doing to either preempt that or preparing ourselves for that day? I mean, that landfill isn't going to last forever. So at some point, we're going to have to get real in the conversation about what are we then doing to address it, so that it's not, so it doesn't catch us by surprise, or, property tax rate, goes sky high and it's because the landfill is closing. I mean, when do we, and this is not, I don't want this to be critical or judgmental. Maybe those talks are happening, but I would like to, have an update on the timeline of when we're actually going to have open discussion about that.
We've been in discussions with Waste Management for over 2 years. Like everything in this country, last March, everything came to a screeching halt. But the process has been ongoing. Waste Management is negotiating with certain towns, I won't mention who they are, but to purchase more land to extend the landfill. The problem is not just fiscal and money, it's environmental. Mm-hmm. They're going to be met with some pushback, and for the people of Fitchburg, this is critical that we maintain that facility. Because what we're going to have to do, like most communities will, truck everything out. And that is going to be just what a hardship on the people of this city, and the region for that matter. So the discussion is ongoing. A lot of it is taking place with the legislature, the governor's office, along with, those respective towns in the area. So there's a plan. We're moving forward with it. It's like many things of this nature, it's a very slow process, Counselor.
Thank you. I appreciate the due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, you may proceed.
Thank you. So going to page 6, this is a summary of expenses by function. The mayor has to present a balanced budget. Revenues have to cover expenses. So if you note on the bottom of the FY22 mayor column, has a balance of $32. That's our surplus. We have a $32 surplus in this budget. Basically, it's balanced. You'll notice previous years will show a deficit, and that's because we've used available funds or free cash to cover certain expenses. And I would just point out the two right-hand columns on that page. One column shows the comparison between the budget for fiscal year '22 and what is projected to be spent in fiscal '21. And the second one is the difference between what was requested by the departments and what the mayor has allowed. We try and leave some of that in so that you can see some of the decisions that the mayor has made and see what departments have been requesting. Many of them will put in capital items that we all know aren't going to be funded in the budget, but it just gives the council and the public and everyone a chance to see what those requests are. Okay? Yes, Counselor. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I have one question on the facilitator maintenance.
Yep.
Will you explain that to me? I thought it was going to be less than that. Isn't that from the cost that we used to pay $175,000 for Boulder Drive? And if I'm not mistaken, I thought you said it was going to be pretty close when we moved over to this place here.
Okay, so that's an expense, and we can, if it's all right, we can answer that question when we get to that budget?
All right.
Is that all right?
That's okay with me, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right.
Counselor Green.
Sorry, my question only because it's glaring me in the face on the DPW line item. Is that difference, is that equipment?
The $9 million cut, yes. It's equipment, it's a lot of capital requests. We can see that when we get to that.
Thank you.
Yep. Counselor Giancarlo?
Mr. Brooks, you just said it was a cut. It's not a cut.
Well,
Right?
Correct, it's not a cut.
It's a wish list that in fantasy world we can provide.
It's their requests and letting us know what it is they want.
If a
Yes.
department has nothing this fiscal year and asks for 10 million next fiscal year and they get nothing again, is that a cut or is that level funding?
That's level funding and it's.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
yep, okay. Okay?
Anyone else? Go ahead.
So at this point, I would turn the presentation over to Patrick Hare, the Mayor's Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Calvin. Good evening, councilors. Today I have the pleasure of walking you through several department budgets. We'll be starting first with the legislative budget on page 7. Starting with the legislative summary, you can see the amount being put forth by the mayor is as follows. Total legislative is just over $578,000. Just over $138,000 for the city council, which represents a slight increase in some of the line items, including supply costs for the legislative building, nameplates, and et cetera. You've seen some of the purchases in the cloakroom as well. It also includes expanded education and a travel line item for you all. About $317,000 for the city clerk's office, which represents an increase of nearly $7,000 which relates nearly entirely to step increases. A little more than $113,800 for the elections budget, which represents an increase of just over $6,000, which includes an increase for expenses on voting equipment and maintenance, and also has a cut to election workers, as we only have one primary and one general election this year. Some more information on the election. The mandate is in effect for any local election to be held by June 30th, and as of yet, we've received no update on that. It also includes $8,750 for the License Commission, which is a slight increase to office supplies.
Any questions on this section before we move on?
Yes.
Councilor Squalia?
How does the June 30th affect us potentially?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, would you like to? Thank you.
Go right ahead.
So Councilor Squalia, the difference is that right now, the state has mandated that any city or town that has an election by June 30th has to participate in early voting. So I just added some in case we still have to continue that for those elections in the fall. We don't have any guidance from the state regarding that, but I thought it would be good to have it in there in case we are called to do that.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
Anything further? All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, councilors. On page 9, we can begin the executive summary, which encompasses the mayor's budget, human resources, and legal. Starting with the executive summary, you can see the amount being put forth by the mayor is as follows. Total executive comes out to $721,000. $218,000 for the mayor's office, which represents increase in personnel costs, as well as the travel and meeting line budgets. We also have $170,000 for the Human Resources Department, which represents a slight increase in part to some slight cuts, so the cost is mitigated. It also includes $325,000 for the legal department budget, which sees an overall cut of $61,000 from their FY21 budget.
Councilor Green?
Yes, if we could, this is going to sound awful and I don't want it to, but on the executive admin assistant line, is that contractually a step raise where that is a $6,000 increase?
Counselor, that is an increase to the administrative aide's overall salary and includes increases associated with the increase to benefits. Your question was, is it contractually obligated? No.
Okay, and then on page 10, the part-time principal clerk at 20,000 and change, is that a new position?
Counsel, that was a requested position from the Human Resources Department, which would have been a part-time position in that department. It was not included in this budget that we put forth tonight.
That's good.
Okay, so as of right now, we've got the director and an admin assistant.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Squalia?
Thank you. Just expanding on Councilor Green's question with the principal clerk, this was requested from the Human Resources Director. Was there an explanation as to why she believes we need a principal clerk, and can you just respond confirming that the administrative assistant and the Human Resources Director can handle this amount of work that she requested?
So this would be moving forth with the same staffing level that has been in place, at least for the previous year, and I think for a number of years before that as well. The position was requested to assist with the amount of work that is currently being overseen in that office. The big increase to that department over the last few years, I believe since 2018, has been the addition of workers' compensation, which is being run out of that department. We believe, and I believe the director would agree, that this department can continue to handle this load. But in the future, it's, you know, it was a request put forth by the department, and if it's put forth in the future, we'd certainly, you know, look at it again as we did this year.
So workers' compensation handled by the Human Resources, this is a new role starting in 2018 or so?
Kind of, it had to relate to a change in that department. Previously, it was done by the payroll and benefits team, and is now a function of Human Resources.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Of course.
Councilor Brochman.
Why? Why did they take it out of payroll and benefits, number one? And why are we giving overtime, number two, $10,000? That's $200 a week.
So, Counselor, I can't speak to the reason it was taken out. I would ask one of my colleagues who has a little bit more history here with the city to answer that question for you. The addition of the overtime pay for the workers' compensation, for the workers' compensation and some of the increased levels and duties, there is a shared responsibility that is done out of that department with the schools, some overlap in some of the work. And so we are working with our city side as well as the schools to take a kind of a holistic view of that department and see if there's any ways we can increase or decrease some of those shared responsibilities as a way to kind of look at those costs. But due to the increase in work that's been done over the last couple of years, we've had to add that overtime benefit in.
Council, workers' compensation is normally an HR function anyway. It's always should be. I'm not sure. I think it was pre this administration when they made that change. We've gone back to what it should be. We're also making some adjustments as to what other departments are impacted by the fact that our HR group, 2 people, is maintaining their workers' compensation numbers as well. So we're trying to get a better handle on that to make it more workable, if you will.
When you say workman's compensation and workman's comp cases, what are you really getting into? Because my question to you then, isn't that a legal department if we're going to question on the workman's comp?
No.
No?
No, it's someone that goes out because they're injured on the job or they're ill in some way. That's when workers' comp kicks in. The challenge is, when you're not centralized, you find out that there are people that have been back to work for 3 months, and they're still getting a check. And I'm not saying there's anything nefarious going on here. I'm just saying it's part of our responsibility to keep track of that. And with that amount of work, when you talk about other departments, and I'm not going to mention who they are, it is a substantial amount of work for 2 people to do. So that's why she was asking for a part-time person.
I'm really glad you didn't put that in the budget.
Well, you know what, Counselor, things change on a daily basis, believe me. And if I could, after I just explained to you what is involved in that department, in that shop, for a part-time position, not a big stretch, but money-wise, you're right. Doesn't fit right now, but that could change. And it will give you an opportunity to speak out on it again.
Or you can bake your dough.
Oh, I'm sure you will. I'm counting on it.
All right.
Councilor Di Natale.
I just wanted to make it clear that, for the council, that we already discussed this a few weeks ago when it was before Finance Committee. This is not surprising. We actually were told at that meeting that there's going to be a line item for overtime for the administrative assistant for the reasons that have just been repeated here tonight about why that's actually taking place. Because prior to that, we didn't have an overtime account. And prior to that, we didn't even have an administrative assistant. So I know I'm not supposed to give my opinion, but I would extrapolate what the mayor said about not adding this position to a lot of other areas that he had no problem adding. Thank you.
All right, if there are no further questions, we'll proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no further questions, I will turn it over to Treasurer Cervantes.
Thank you. Good evening, councilors. Starting on page 12 of the assessor's budget, Under Personal Services, you'll notice that the chief assessor position, which has not been funded for the last 3 years, is being funded this year. For the past 3 years, the city has gone to an outside vendor for assessing services. That contract expires on June 30th, and the mayor has chosen not to renew it and to bring the services back in-house. So, Mr.
Counselor.
That's all right.
Christopher Paquette, who is the current in-house assessor, is being promoted to that position July 1st. And then the city will hire an additional assessor for that department. So that's the first 2 lines under personal services. Data collector part-time, there's a request for an increase for that position. That position has not had any increase in salary for several years. The remaining additions to personal services are contractual. Under expenses, let's see, contract services, you'll see a large decrease here. That's because the city is not renewing the contract with the outside assessing service. There is $4,000 requested, and that is for specialized appraisal services for the utilities. That's expected to be an ongoing expenditure each year. Let's see, the other change there would be travel. Since we're going to have 2 assessors now instead of 1, we're going to need more money under the daily travel around town. Any questions on that?
Counselor Brochman.
Question for you is, why was it that we never had a chief assessor since we had an assessor in the office? Why wasn't there a chief assessor? You're saying that Chris, why is he taking it all of a sudden now that he wants to be chief assessor? What happened at 19, 20, and 21?
Things changed in his life, apparently, Counselor. Wasn't interested when we went from the prior chief assessor, when he retired.
Right, he retired.
Right. Was not interested at the time.
Yeah.
And we felt that going privatized would work out. It did for a few years. However, when in doubt, point to COVID. But in this particular case, it's true. It had an impact on RRG's ability to provide the services that we had agreed upon. So we decided that we would move on with that relationship, and we've done so. So at the end of June, RRG will no longer be providing that service.
And I just want to say, I'm glad you came back to your senses.
I know you are. I knew you would be thrilled by this, Counselor, and that was the impetus behind why we did it.
I'm very happy. All right, that's it for me on that, unless somebody else has got something.
All right, Counselor Squalia.
Thank you. So the $75,000 for FY22, that is because our new chief assessor, Chris Paquette, is vacating, will be vacating at some point to take the chief assessor, and then the $75,000 will cover the new assessor part of the year, or is that 75 the new salary for our new assessor that we'll be hiring?
That's a full year salary.
Okay. And I just want to say that I approved of the hiring of the outside contractor, especially on a temporary, on a 3-year term. But I was very disappointed in the services provided by RRG. The budget books were late, and they were lacking in detail compared to the previous years. So I hope that our new chief assessor continues to bring back the previous year's information that's in the budget book, and in a more timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Gianatali. All set? All right.
Okay. Turning to page 13, the city auditor's budget. Under personal services, the increase to the auditor's salary is by ordinance. Let's see. Deputy city auditor is level funded. Third line down, accountant. That is an added position. The request was for a full year accountant. The mayor chose to fund it for half a year, so that would start on January 1st. The addition of this position is for two reasons. One, it would free up the deputy auditor from the day-to-day tasks such as preparing the warrant each week, or the more routine accounting tasks, and give her time to work on other projects such as internal audits or munis workflow. The other reason is that it would help with succession planning for the department. Mr. Brooks is planning on a couple more years here, and the deputy auditor is planning on maybe a few more years after that. But hiring this other person would help with continuity of the services that this department provides to every other department in the city. Travel and meetings, under expenses, travel and meetings is increased. We're all hoping that, we're going to be able to get out and attend meetings and educational opportunities this year, so that budget is increased, or increased over what has been spent this year. Outside audit has a slight increase. This is our annual audit that we go through each year. The actuarial services, this is our OPEB valuation. We have to have a full valuation every other year. We had it this year, so in the interim years, we just have a smaller review of the valuation.
All right, Councilor Di Natale.
Is the added accountant more because of the impending retirement or because of the workload?
My understanding, it's both. I think the workload is there.
Was the workload there 3 years ago?
It's been there, yes. If you look back into fiscal 17, there was a third person in the office at one time.
Right. And in fiscal year 17, 18, 19, and 20, our finances were the strongest they've ever been in 25 years, yet we didn't do it. But we're doing it now, while we're relying on free cash. I can't square it. So I've been here for 16 years, and Mr. Brooks's predecessor was pounding the table for the deputy auditor, let alone a third person then. If we weren't prepared to do this during good times, why are we doing it now when we can't balance the budget without free cash reliance? I'm going to say this right now. Without getting into any details, because that's not the point of this meeting, I don't need to hear the justifications. I don't. Maybe the rest of them do. Because everyone's going to have 14 bullet points why the position is critical. My question is on the timing and the logic, where we weren't going to do this 3 years ago, but we're doing it now. And that, Mr. President, is my general comment throughout this document, where you see positions being added that were not there pre-pandemic, but we're still in a pandemic and we're adding positions. So, again, I'm not doubting the need. I'm in finance too. I know he needs an accountant. I know he needed an accountant 15 years ago. Why did we not do this sooner, when the need was always present? I can't stand the timing of this. And it pains me because I don't want to come across as I don't think he needs the person. I know he does.
Counselor, your point has been made.
Thank you.
Counselor Boschman.
Mr. Brook and I talked quite a bit, and I'll repeat my statement. I'm 100% behind this position. I also believe, councilors, really believe, that if you have a good auditors and a good school and something else, a good planning department, we can change the city. I firmly believe in that. I believe that they shape the form of the city and everything else falls in place. So if we don't hire a good auditor, we're going to be like we are yesterday, the day before, and the day before, and the day before, and we're going to be turning around and telling the public the exact same thing that you don't want me to hear say.
So, Counselor, I agree with you.
Thank you.
But I will remind you as well that tonight's meeting is not for debate and opinion statements.
Yes,
if you
I
have
understand
questions, please feel free to ask them. but we will reserve debate until cuts have been submitted.
Okay, there will be cuts, I can tell you. All right, thank you.
Fair enough. I look forward to seeing them. Councilor Green.
My question again is on the, I guess, the deputy city auditor to the auditor's position, then to the accountant in that department. And I have a hard time with the fact that the deputy city auditor, who's been doing the work since FY17, and with a salary increase of $27,000, that now all of a sudden the work would be so much that we needed a full-time position that was requested, but is only a part-time position that, if added, we know will go to a full-time position, because we don't ever take positions like that away. So I guess I'm wondering why now, if the deputy city auditor has done that clerical or accounting work for the past 5 years with a $27,000 increase in their salary, why now is it detrimental that we have this position?
Counselor, I guess to start, I would say adding this position is something I've been thinking about for a couple of years, for both reasons that was stated earlier, that there's a need to pick up some work that hasn't been done because the office hasn't had the time to address it, and also to begin looking ahead to making sure that there's a smooth transition in the office as personnel changes there over the next 2 to 5 years. It was something that I might have, under normal circumstances, asked for last year, laying the groundwork for a subsequent year, having it approved, but last year was certainly not the year to be asking for additional position. I do think this is work that, I think we've been fortunate so far that the deputy is a capable, competent, hard worker who knows what has the experience to know what she's doing and can work very efficiently. But I also know that there's work that she would like to do that isn't getting done, work that I would like her to do that isn't getting done, and that would help the city operate its finances more smoothly. As there's been turnover in various department administrative staff, we have to go out and train, and we'd certainly like to do more training and one-on-one training to get better use of the financial software we have. There's capability of doing more workflow, which is how the changes to the financial data gets made through a workflow process. We've done, the deputy has done a lot of that with city departments, and we'd like to take that into the school departments, where I think it will be very helpful to them because there are issues percolating up there that we need to address. We'd like to do something with cash receipts to tighten up some of that. There's auditing that we haven't done over the last few years because I think we both have just put our heads down and worked, and we can get things out and get things out on time. But, you know, if either one of us gets sick, there's going to be we're going to have a problem. I think this would be this is a good way to just begin to provide some relief to the department so that we can address these concerns. I guess one of the things I wrote down, and then the other thing that I would like to just have throw out there for consideration is that given this pandemic, there has been added work to this department because we're the financial gatekeepers. So if anybody here would like to take over the FEMA applications for me, I would be more than willing to give them up because they are horrendous to do. And I do that we've picked up the CARES Act accounting, and then we will be picking up the ARPA accounting. And ARPA is something that's going to last through 2026. So that's added work to the department. I wrote down here that, although the city auditor does not fill potholes, the smooth operation of that department is critical to the operation of the city, because without a stable financial center, the city will have trouble managing its financial resources. And that's why I think I could have come here a couple of years ago and started asking, and it would have been turned down, and that would have been fine. And now I'm asking the third time, so the third time's a charm. But I guess that's not how I operate. It's like, we're at a point where I think this is something that needs to be done.
He's being modest. He's talked to me about this for 2 years. Right, and, all right, he didn't convince me. I'm convinced.
Would it be fair to characterize this as something that the department needs in the near term to put the city in a more secure financial position?
I think you just
in a
said
more
that.
sound
I think, Counselor, that's the way to express it.
Okay, thank you.
Very good, Counselor.
I just have one more comment to make before I
Yeah, go ahead.
give up the floor, is that this was by no means begrudging the department. I commend all the departments, knowing that the past year has been horrendous on everybody. So I don't want this to be oh, you've requested it, but we're going to take it away. I mean, I just need to fully understand the duties and the responsibilities and what people are accountable for in their job role, I guess. So thank you for explaining that. And, Mr. Brooks, as always, thank you for your diligence and your commitment to this city. So by no means was it a slam or a begrudge against the work that you or your department does for the benefit of this city and for us as residents and as council. So thank you.
Counselor, I would just say thank you for that sentiment. I came in here fully expecting to be challenged, because that's what the city council is supposed to do.
Yeah. Thank you. Councilor Squalia.
Thank you. Treasurer Cervantes suggested that this new position would allow you to conduct more internal audits, and you had also alluded to being able to do more audits that haven't been done in the last few years. Is it your department's job to internally audit all the city departments, or do we hire any outside services for that? And how often should that be done, internal audits?
So the city does hire an outside auditor to do the financial statements at the end of each fiscal year. And they audit to make sure that they sample various transactions and make sure it's all appropriate. But as city auditor, I also have the statutory authority to go into any department and ask to see anything and to audit what's going on. And I believe that my predecessor would, or my deputy would go into a department, could walk into the clerk's office and say, Madam Clerk, we would like you to count out and prove your cash drawer in your cash register. And we want to see your receipts and make sure that everything lines up. And just random audits of that sort. We kind of do that already with the warrants, because we review bills, we review payrolls, but this is looking at the cash piece of it. So there are those kinds of audits we could do.
So, but they haven't been done in the last few years, or?
No, we haven't done it in the past few years. It isn't something that, I guess I would say it isn't something that I'm used to doing, and there was enough work that it wasn't a priority for me. But it is something I think that has been historically done here and wouldn't hurt to resume doing.
So potentially with this new position, it would allow you a little more time to internally audit more city departments, just to ensure everything is on the up and up, or to maximize efficiency.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Schultz.
Yes, thank you, Council President Zarilla. I was just wondering, with Councilor Di Natale making the point that now is not a good time for new positions, I'm just wondering, I know it was stated earlier that the American Rescue Plan can't be used to reduce taxes. Can it be used for more than capital expenses? Can it be used to add staff to the payroll? I guess that's my question, my general question. Or do we know at this point?
I'm not sure that we know for sure. The point of it is, of ARPA, is to help ameliorate the problems brought on by the COVID pandemic.
Right.
And so I think it's meant to be directed more toward activities that help alleviate those pressures. And I would say that the interesting piece is that it's not just for the city, it's not city spending that is ARPA spending, it's meant to be for the community. So in some of these things, they're not talking about just what the city needs, but it's a broader outreach. And I think that's one of the reasons we've been a little reluctant to jump too quickly into this, and why we're trying to internally talk through these questions.
But I mean, COVID has put a lot of pressure on all the city departments. So, I mean, I guess you could make a case for using some of that money to alleviate some of those issues.
You could accept that in 5 years the money goes away, and then what?
Right.
Yeah.
Is that all, Councilor Schultz?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Zarilla.
No problem. Would you please just turn off your, oh, there you go. Just wanted to make sure. Next I have Councilor Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Brooks, seeing that this money is going to dry up in a few years, is that a concern of yours with adding these positions? Like, could we run into some type of hardship and all of a sudden now we have to cut these positions?
No.
No.
It is not, because we are not, this budget does not assume any funding from ARPA. It's all city funds that we're using.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Di Natale?
I'm hearing the comments being made, and I am in your profession. I know exactly what you do, okay? I know how much work you have to do. And this will turn into a Di Natale doesn't want the city to be audited, okay? I asked the question of Ms. Cervantes and you earlier, did you need to do these things in FY 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 when we had record free cash certification and strong finances? The answer was yes, but we didn't do any of this stuff. But we're doing it in the middle of a pandemic where we need free cash to balance. That's my only argument. Not that you need it, that it's too soon. And if the chief executive wasn't convinced 2 years ago, that's his problem.
Counselor, I'm going to repeat once more. This is not the evening for debate. We are not defending our positions, staking out our positions. Anyone who has questions for the panel is welcome to ask them, but I am going to start cracking down a bit faster now on any opinion statements or arguments that people are making. We don't need to justify our questions, just ask them, and anything that you need to say as a follow-up opinion on it can come when you submit your cuts. If no one has any further questions, then I will ask the finance team to proceed.
Thank you. Turning to page 14, purchasing. Under personal services, the chief procurement officer is level funded. The deputy procurement officer position became open this year, and the chief procurement officer felt that rather than hire another deputy procurement officer, that an assistant procurement officer would be more appropriate for the department and the level of work there. So the deputy procurement officer position has not been funded. The assistant procurement officer has. In fact, the buyer in that department has been promoted to assistant procurement officer, and now the department will be looking for another buyer. Lower down, under offset printer, that position was discontinued last year and is not being refilled. The city is going with an outside vendor for its printing services. Under expenses, generally small changes here. Office supplies is down because purchasing was purchasing all the paper for the city and is not doing that now. The other large decrease would be under emergency supplies, and that was COVID supplies, which were purchased for the entire city through the purchasing office. That has been discontinued. Any department that needs those supplies now is purchasing it for themselves.
Thank you. Councilor Green.
My question is under the procurement department. So I just want to understand that we're going to have chief procurement officer, an assistant procurement officer, and then are you requesting another staffer in that department?
It's not an additional staff person, it's just a change in the positions, or some of the positions. There will be a chief procurement officer, and instead of a deputy procurement officer, which we've had in the past, there will be an assistant procurement officer, and then a buyer. And there've been 3 positions in that office already, so it's not being increased.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
And before I go to Councilor Brochman, I just want to clarify.
Right over there first.
Oh, thank you. I just want to clarify briefly my understanding here, which is that at a quick glance, it appears that the assistant procurement officer is actually getting much more than the deputy was, but that's because the FY 2021 line item for deputy is a partial year, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to confirm that that was correct. Councilor Brochman.
No, Councilor
Go ahead,
Squalia.
Councilor Squalia. Councilor Brochman is yielding.
I was just wondering what the difference between the roles of the deputy procurement officer versus the assistant procurement officer.
I'm not really sure what the specific differences is. My understanding is that a deputy procurement officer is a higher rated position with more responsibility than an assistant procurement officer, but I really don't know the details.
Okay, that's all.
Councilor Brochman?
My question to you is this, are you saying to us now that we're no longer partners with the high school on the procurement officer? We used to get paid, or we used to pay so much for them, or they paid so much for us, and they helped us out?
Yes, Counselor, you can see that at the last line in red under personal services. It says less school department. You can see that there was a time when the city was reimbursed for a part of one of the employees, but that has not been the case since fiscal 19.
Is there any reason why we're not sharing procurement officers with the school system?
School departments determined that they can absorb that position completely, so they're going on after their own, I believe. I don't know if they have that yet. I'm not sure they have.
I think the offices, the procurement office is doing the school work.
Right.
But
for now,
it's also included as part of the school indirect costs.
yeah.
So we get money back from them. The arrangement with the school department funding that position, I think, was because at the time they needed, things were not going through that department, and they were willing to pay for somebody to be in there to push their projects through. That person was initially hired to do solely school work, and then over time they lowered their subsidy for it.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any further questions on this page?
Okay.
Seeing none, go right ahead to the next one.
Thank you. Turning to page 15, the information technology budget. The first 2 line items under personal services, the IT manager and the systems administrator, those increases are contractual. 3rd line, help desk technician. That is an increase in hours for the existing technician from a part-time to a full-time position. Under I'm sorry, under the services, software support, there's a small decrease there. These are the various software products that are purchased for use in the city. And just a very small difference in office equipment. And then a decrease of $20,000 in their request for capital equipment. The IT department actually requested, getting back to the personal services, the department actually asked for 1.5 additional people. The mayor did not fund that. He did, however, fund the increase of a half a position. This is just due to the workload in the department. The department has been asking for years for help with this, and they sorry. But the IT manager wanted me to make the point that they do need the additional help there.
All right, Councilor Green?
My question to that exactly is the part-time to full-time position is more than double what the part-time, it's part-time to full-time plus a little extra with my math. And is that help desk technician, is that an internal help or an external help? Like, is that for people within City Hall confines to be able to call and say, my computer's on the glitch, or is that for, who is that helping, I guess?
That's an in-house position, and they serve more than just City Hall. They serve all the departments in the city.
Council, the lion's share of what they're doing, and a great deal of the reason why this position is important to be full-time is they are the IT support for the police and fire departments. And that is very, very labor-intensive. So if they had nothing else to do, that would be a full-time job itself.
And those departments don't have their own internal IT person to help with stuff?
Chief Martineau's here, he's shaking his head no. I don't think, they may have someone who knows something about high-tech, but not to the extent that the IT technician would.
Okay, and just to be clear, we still only have, right now, two people in that department, right? We've got
2.5.
We've got the manager and then the assistant and then a part-time
Right.
support help for them. Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Boschman?
The question is, on this software support fixed cost, does that have to do with Munich or something like that? Because I remember a few years, I think Councilor Natale can verify that we voted on something that was going to only cost us like $50,000 or $60,000 a year for a contract. Am I right, Councilor? Do you remember? No?
I'm not allowed to speak.
Yeah, if you want to address that briefly.
That was software, Counselor, for streamlining certain processes. So you're in the ballpark, but it wasn't for labor per se. That was a separate matter. That was to make things more efficient with their updating software systems and whatnot, but it didn't impact the labor need, if you will. So
It was this software support fixed cost, is that what you're talking about, labor?
that's where the money went into, and then it got baked into the baseline after we appropriated the initial funds out of free cash.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's it.
Thank you. Councilor Squalia?
Thank you. You mentioned there's a position that the IT department would like to have in addition to the 2.5 currently proposed 3. Where is that additional position they would like?
No.
I don't know that it's in the budget, Counselor. I was speaking with the IT manager yesterday, and he said he had originally asked for an additional person.
What additional, where would that additional person lie, and what would their...
It's not in the, I'm sorry. Part-time's going full-time. I think he did, yes. It was a verbal request. It's not included here.
And what was that need? Can you describe the need that they would like?
I don't know precisely what type of position it is. I assume it's another technical position.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Di Natale.
I can answer that question. It was for another systems administrator, because he asked for it 7 years ago. In addition to the help desk technician every single year. So my very poignant question is, did he need a full-time help desk technician in FY17?
He asked for it.
Did he need one in 18?
He's been asking for it.
19?
Yep.
20?
Since I've been the mayor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions on IT? Counselor Brochman.
I just want one quick question on the capital expense. He went from 6,000 to 60 to 40. What for? Since you moved over and you get probably all new equipment over here.
What are you looking at?
I don't know why there's a decrease in the request this year.
You don't know why?
Sorry.
I wish we have to cut. All right, thank you.
I can answer that.
Do you have an answer to that as well?
Okay, so not to usurp or overstate, but the FY21 column, counselors, that says projected, that takes into account any transfers that we've done within the budget or free cash appropriations, correct? So there was an appropriation last year. There was an increase last year in the budget for, Trevor talked about needing additional bandwidth with Wi-Fi and whatnot. That's why it went up. And then the 40K is back down to levels prior to that. And I recall in FY20 where he didn't spend all that money, it was because of timing. But the 40K for capital equipment is mostly for any assorted needs throughout the city regarding information technology. The 60K was a bump because there was something that, I forget exactly what it was, but it had something to do with a contract expiring. They had to renew a new contract with a new vendor that provided maintenance and capital needs for the department, which is why it went up higher, but it was only a one-time thing. We had to take it out of free cash. So that number is high because of a free cash appropriation. It's going back down to a level that he normally has requested for general capital needs throughout the IT infrastructure. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? I mean, that's my recollection. But my point is that 60, these numbers for 21 will include free cash transfers and one-time bumps. They're not budget items, per se. Right, so. That's all.
Thank you, Counselor. Any further questions? All right, moving on.
Thank you. Turning to page 16, parking. Under personal services, the increases for the 2 employees are contractual. The request for overtime is the amount that I request each year, just to have something there in case it's needed. We obviously don't always spend it or spend all of it, but just in case we need it. Under parking expense, the FY22 requested, all the numbers, the amounts that I've requested are the same as that were requested for this year and funded this year. If you look back through the years, and sometimes we spend it, sometimes we don't, but anything that we don't spend does get turned back to the city.
Counselor Di Natale.
To address an earlier question earlier about parking, this is technically like an enterprise account, right? And we're treating it as such, in a way, correct? It's not an enterprise account, but it's almost treated like one, because whatever you collect for revenue through parking-related receipts goes into a special, if you will, revolving fund, and you dip into that account outside of your general fund revenues to cover. The parking group is not covered by the general fund revenues, right? Well, technically it is, but...
It's an appropriation from the monies collected from the meters and from the
Right. You have a standalone account that you track those receipts to, that fully fund this page, which is why it shows revenues, why it shows balances.
Right.
So I just wanted to, so anytime you have a fine, parking fines go in here, or no?
Yes.
Yeah, so anything related to parking,
Fines, oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's just the rentals and the
just the
meters.
rental, okay. And if there is a balance, a positive balance, which I would hope there would be, that's good, you would be reinvesting that back into parking-related capital needs, if you will, right? So, if garages needed repairs, stuff like that, So it's good to have more revenue coming in than what we're paying out.
Correct.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Brochman, I did have you on the
Question
list.
with, probably on his same idea. You got a petition in front of us on 09821 and 2013, and it's about to pay. How much money do we have in that account, since when I drive around and I don't see the parking lot full or the Main Street and, no cars like we used to have before the pandemic? If there's no revenue on that, and we didn't write as many fines as the city auditor says, how much money is left in there? Because what happens if something major breaks, like on the parking garage, and we have to do some emergency repair? Do we have enough money to cover all this?
It depends on the repair, Counselor. I mean, we've done a lot of work on the garages in the past few years since I've been here, major renovation projects and upgrades, and those have been, for the most part, funded with borrowing or transfers from free cash or the capital fund. So smaller repairs, yes, we do cover those kinds of things with the fund.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll come back and see you tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, any other questions on this item? All right, go right ahead.
All right, thank you. Tax collection, page 17. So under personal services, the increases there are either by ordinance or by contract. The clerical line, you see a decrease of $9,500. That is because we did have one clerical person laid off last summer. That position has not been restored. Under expenses, I'll make generally the same comment as I did under parking, that these numbers, except for insurance and for data processing, are the same amounts that I request each year. And so that's a level request. Anything that we don't spend obviously goes back to the general fund. Insurance is up a little bit just because our insurance costs have risen, and the same thing with the data processing. The data processing, most of that budget covers the cost of the munis. It is split 50% between the schools and the city, and the city's 50% is in this line item. And tax title foreclosure, the request is the same as last year.
Councilor Brochman.
Question on the postage. Am I reading that right? It costs about $100,000?
That's correct.
How come we're not doing like the credit card companies do to pay a bill? Is you don't get a bill like Verizon says no more bills, you get a bill online and pay that way, so we can cut down by email and that. Why don't we do that and try to save money?
Actually, I've been discussing that over the last week or so with Councilor DiNatale, and we do plan to add that service probably this fall. Probably not before then, though.
I just want to say one thing about Councilor DiNatale. Great minds think alike.
Yeah, can we give Councilor DiNatale and Councilor Boschman's phone number out to the constituents that aren't computer literate? Can I ask them to call you? Right. Because those calls will come in.
Any further questions?
I just said have an option.
All right, looks like we're all set on this one.
Okay, page 18, debt service. Maturing debt and long-term debt interest, the first two lines there, those are the amounts that the city will have to pay this coming year for its debt service. The certification costs and ban, that's just for expenses in issuing short-term debt generally, and some other services that we get from the city's financial advisor. The reserve for capital spending is an amount that's it's funding there for capital projects subject to appropriation. And we've also used it in recent years and this year as a placeholder for future debt service for projects such as the Crocker School that's coming up, so that when the debt service for that project and others hits, there won't be as much of an increase in the debt service at that time.
Thank you. Councilor Brochman.
Yeah, the last one you just mentioned, I used Councilor Dean Natale's statement, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20, we didn't have that much money, any money in there at all. Now we're going up to almost $1 million, 900,000. I'm rounding it off to 867,004.
Well, I think we did fund that, didn't we?
Yeah,
Okay. All right, it was funded and appropriated out, so that's why it's reading zero now.
Oh, all right. All right.
All set?
Yep, thank you. Oh,
right.
Marcus.
Councilor Giattelli.
No, that's why I raised my hand earlier, because I was anticipating a question like that, because I had the same question, I forgot. Back to my earlier comment about that 21 column, it represents transfers ins and outs. Correct. So if you look at the FY21 budget, which I'm doing right now, the request for the reserve for capital spending was $1.1 million. And the total debt service budget was $3.2 million versus the $3.26. So it only went up $50K, not $1.2 million, correct?
Correct.
The reason why it says 1.170 increase is because FY21 projected shows zero, because we've already appropriated that $1.1 million we put in the budget this year to capital needs through transfer requests from the mayor that the finance committee voted on in the full council. So as of today, we've drained that account. So when you look at this, it's not an increase of $1.1 million in the debt service. It's actually only going up $50,000. The reason why it shows zero in FY21 is because we appropriated that $1.1 million out of that account to fund actual capital projects already. So it may look skewed, but it's not. It's only going up $50K. So to make my point further, that FY22 number of $867,400, that will, like this year, eventually be likely requests from the mayor's office as a transfer to pay for capital needs throughout the city.
Correct.
And then it'll go to zero, and then next year's budget will show FY22 at zero, and then a big increase in FY23, because we're resetting, if you will. So I just wanted to make that distinction, that it's not an increase in the debt service of $1.1 million.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for the public and for the council, I will note that if you look back at some of the finance committee agendas from the past year, you'll see items that will say transfer from reserve for capital expenses.
We actually just did one tonight.
We did, we actually did.
To pay for the roof and the boiler at South Street,
So this is where that comes from. All right, any further questions on this page? All right, let's move on.
Okay. I'll turn this back over to Mr. Hare, the mayor's chief of staff.
Thank you, Treasurer Cervantes. Councilors, I have for you on page 19, the community development budget. The total community development budget comes in at just over $600,000, which is an increase of a little more than $135,000. This increase comes in the forms of increased wages and benefits, which are contractual, restoring the part-time program management assistant, and dollars which will go towards our open space plan, our DEP compliance, and then some of this has been offset by cuts as well.
Councilor Brochman.
The DEP compliance, what do you mean by DEP compliance? Is that where if the land's polluted, like let's just say what Peter's Battery was used to have, don't we fall underneath the brownfield on that, Mayor?
So if I may, Councilor, that DEP compliance, the community development is handling the compliance for certain sites that are considered contaminated. They're handling it for the steam plant.
Right.
They're handling it for North Street Fire Station. I believe they're handling it on 80 Lunenburg Street. And there were a few other properties around. And this is where how they're paying for the city's cost on that.
Okay, and the Albert Street parking lot, what's that for? The Albert Street parking lot, 40,000. Is that to pave it, or?
That was requested but not included in the budget by the mayor. Did I say that right, Counselor?
Counselor, you're lined up a little bit off. The 40,000 is for the open space plan.
Oh, yeah, the open space, sorry. The open space, but 40,000, where's that for?
So, Counselor, that relates to our new open space plan that we need to update, which will allow us to apply for grants similar to the park grant that we're getting for the Donna Pollock Memorial Playground.
Oh, that's a good program. A lot of money going in my ward, I like that. All right.
That's why I mentioned it, Counselor.
All right, and then the Middle Street sidewalk project at Court, $310,000, 600?
Yes, Counselor, that was requested, but not funded in this budget.
Oh, okay, oh, yeah, that's right, I see that. Never mind then, go ahead, that's it.
All set? All right, Counselor Fleming.
Just a quick question, and I'm sure this question has been answered before, but I just need just a refresher, the clothing allowance. I don't remember why there's a clothing allowance in this department.
Oh, clothing allowance. Contract.
1,800?
That's part of contracted payments. I would guess it's $600 for 3 different employees, probably granted to employees who go out into the field.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Green.
I guess my question again is about, I guess, the contractual obligation that we have for what I calculate to be about $25,000 in raises in this one department alone. And that's not including the part-time program management assistant. I have a really, I guess, hard time with the fact that, you know, it's costing the city that much money to run that department contractually year after year after year after year. And again, I'm not discrediting the work that that department does, but I'm questioning the fact whether we need yet another part-time assistant added to this department with everybody getting raises to do their job, one. And then number 2, what specific project is that open space plan? What is that $40,000 specifically going to be spent on with this plan?
Thank you, Counselor. So the open space plan is something that we currently have. Ours does expire in June, and we need to have an updated plan in order to continue applying for grants and specific funding. One particular example that we have for this open space project is the Donna Pollock Memorial Playground, where we're using park funding and grants to go towards that. But in order to receive those fundings, we must have an open space plan.
So in order to get that funding, we have to spend $40,000 to get that funding. And the $40,000 is what percentage of the funding that we receive?
Oh, God. We're spending about $700,000 on that.
Counselor?
Program. Oh, sorry.
Let's let him answer.
Counselor, I do not have the specifics on that, but we can certainly get that for the next meeting.
It was just a point of reference that there's a cost to doing business with whatever we do. So, and I'm more than happy if you're telling me that we're spending $40,000 to receive $700,000, that's good math as far as I'm concerned. So that was it. And I do want to just have you answer the question about the assistant part-time program management assistant. What specifically is that person going to be doing that hasn't been done in 2021, but now it's critical that we have that person?
Thank you, Counselor. So that is a position that is being restored. I do not believe that position had an internal transfer candidate out of that position into another department, which I believe was the cause for the vacancy. That position was then not fulfilled due to last year's ongoing pandemic, but is now being filled now. So the program management assistant, when this position is brought back, will provide assistance to the planning board as well as CONSCOM, and will also assist with CBDG funding and planning, which, and some of the CBDG funding covers part of the position as well.
Is that 20% funded by CBDG, or what percentage is funded by CBDG?
25%.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Councilor Squalia.
Thank you. Just to clarify, did you say the program management assistant part-time is 25% funded by the CDBG?
That is correct, Councilor.
Thank you. I have a question about the Middle Street sidewalks for the Twin City Rail Trail. Is this part of kind of because Phase 2 is not starting right away? Is this kind of just a want to get the end of the current Phase 1 Twin City Rail Trail at 3rd Street? Is that to get it to connect to Water Street, or is this a requirement that we add sidewalks for Middle Street for the Twin City Rail Trail for Phase 2?
Councilor, we'll have to come back with some more specifics, but I believe this would just be if we would be able to expand the project. This would be an add-on.
Okay, thank you.
I don't believe because it's not funded, portions of that project would not happen as they're planned.
Okay, thank you.
And I would certainly encourage any counselors between now and the next meeting to reach out to department heads on any questions that haven't been answered tonight, so that, you know, everyone has full information before they submit their cuts. That said, we have Councilor Fleming.
Yes, just one more question. The demolition, excuse me, I just lost it. We won't be funding any more demolition for 2022, or have we just caught up on our demolition?
Thank you, Councilor. So at the moment, we are pretty caught up on our needs for demolition, and we are hoping to use this year as a year to build rather than tear down. And so that is the goal for this budget.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilor Brochman.
Oh, I was just going to tell Councilor Green and the rest of you guys, councilors, that they're going to spend over $500,000. A lot of it came from the grant on the Sam Pollock thing, over $500,000. So that's the reason why I put my hand up to tell her that it was well worth it, over $500,000, and Ward 2. Thank you.
Okay, and that is the important datum, of course. Thank you, Councilor. Anyone further on this topic? Seeing none, let's move on.
Okay, Councilors, on page 20, we have for you the Facilities Department budget. The Facilities budget is nearly $285,000. Being the first year that this department has developed a standalone budget, we used funds from previous department budgets that house these expenditures to give historical context. Additionally, as we settle into City Hall, we will begin to have a better understanding of the actual energy expenses. And so what you're seeing before you is kind of the first look at this budget in its entirety.
All right. Councilor Green.
Yep. The first thing that jumps out is that an additional full-time position of a maintenance craftsman, which I don't believe was ever brought forward. And again, I know this is new, and I believe that the director of facilities has been more than capable and more than willing to work with all the departments and all of our different city buildings to come up with that very extensive punch list of items that needed to be addressed or needed to be maintained before they get in any worse condition. And again, 67.5, that's a little hard to take. And then
So,
why is the city, yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to point out that 67.5 is not funded in this year's budget. That was a request.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because I was having a little bit of a freak out. The City Hall custodian, is that moving from a part-time position to a full-time position, or why the $22,000 increase?
So, Counselor, that is a half-year position from when that employee had started. So that is hence the difference in projected versus actual there.
Okay, and we still think that City Hall is going to be able to be maintained and stay beautiful and bathrooms stocked with all the necessities with that one person, correct?
Yep, the facilities director believes that the one City Hall custodian that we have is capable of taking care of both City Hall and the legislative building.
It makes me happy.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And then down at the household supplies, the $12,500 increase, is that just because we're into the, I just need that explained a little more.
Supplies household under. Yes, Counselor, that is to assist us in kind of outfitting the needs of new City Hall. We had to come in and stock toilet paper and paper towels and things of that nature as a first-time expenditure. And then moving forward, again, as I said, part of this budget will be re-examined for actual expenses now that it's housed under one budget and in a new location.
And repair and care, $18,000 in a brand-new City Hall building. Is that preempt, or what is that line item for?
So, I'm sorry, Counselor, go ahead.
No, it's fine.
So that line item will help our facilities director and our custodian take care of the building. As you said, it is a brand-new building, and it is in beautiful shape. And our hope is to continue to have it in that shape for a long time to come. So part of this funding will go towards preventative maintenance and upkeep, as opposed to being more reactionary to full-on repairs and such.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Thank you. Councilor Giannatalli.
I just wanted to point out that when we talked about this department being created and the facilities director being hired, and the relocation expenses, the auditor, to his credit, a couple of years ago, stated that it should be budget neutral when everything is said and done, and this is validation of that statement. If you look at the total line item of 284,831 for this year, it is at levels that we saw in 17, 18, even less than 19, probably spot on with 20. So other than the one-time relocation expenses, the budget is neutral between the moves. So the new facilities did not end up costing the taxpayers more in operating expenses. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Boschman.
Kelvin, it didn't, because I thought when we sat down and talked about the City Hall, and I remember very distinctly, I thought we were spending at the former GE building or the former City Hall, that we were spending around $165,000 a year. That's where rent and everything else counted.
No.
No?
No, because if you look on this sheet for the department, the total in FY20, which was the last year we were fully on Boulder Drive, the cost was $289. So it was about even.
About even?
Last year we did spend more money because we put in $100,000 for relocation, and then we also knew we were going to overlap with staffing and rents and those kinds of things.
So in fiscal year 20, to go back 1 year, so I understand this before I start making cuts. You're telling me that counting the rent that we paid the RA, Redevelopment Authority down there, and all the other stuff that we had to pay, and that's counting the rent too, 289, 300,000?
Yep, 289. The rent according to this was 190, 375.
All right, and then I take my question back. All right, thank you.
All right, any further questions on the facilities budget? All right, let's move on.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilors, I have for you the Police Department budget, which encompasses pages 21 through 24. As you can see here, the total police budget comes in at about $8,800,036, an increase of about $468,000, which breaks down to increases, but also cuts in personnel services, benefits, and stipends. This budget does restore positions and also adds assistance to the clerks while they transition through retirement. This also includes a school resource officer at Monty Tech, which is funded by Monty Tech.
All right, Counselor Green.
I guess my question would be if, specifically, if we have the chief there, or if not, I don't care who answers it, but I see back on page 53 that FY22, we have allowed for, according to my math, hiring of 5 new police officers. And I want to get a sense from the chief, if in fact we, at this time in the year 2021, moving forward to 2022, if in fact, if you could hire 5 police officers now, I mean, is there, I know we have a need, but given the times, is that going to be feasibly possible?
You can come right up, Chief.
Thank you. Good evening, councilors. First of all, I'm the only department head in the building this evening, and I came at the request of Mr. Hare, my budget being the second largest budget in the city and having the complexities behind it. I just wanted to support Patrick and the finance team here this evening. So that's the reason why I'm in the building this evening. As always, during budget season, I am open to individual conversations with any city council that wants to come into my office in the next week. I'd be happy to defend any line item in this budget. As to Councilor Green's question, this next year is going to be extremely challenging in recruitment of new police officers. This past year, in June, they're holding a civil service test where typically you would have 60,000 people register for a police exam. This year we had 10,000 people register for a police exam. Without a doubt, the profession has taken a significant hit in the last 2 years. If this budget is so approved this year, I will be looking to fill 5 positions in September, which could pose a challenge within itself. Recently, we just put out a list to see which candidates may be interested, and I had 10 people respond. Out of those 10, now we have to vet them to see if they're even up to the standards of what we want at the Fitchburg Police Department. It's going to be a challenging year, to say the least, and we're going to do the best we can to fill the rank and file, but we're far from over. I'm anticipating 5 to 6 retirements next year, so in essence, I could be looking at trying to hire 10 to 11 police officers in the next 12 to 14 months just to continue my current status level. So we got some significant challenges ahead of us. I think we do a great job in recruiting here in the city, reaching out to all of our partners, whether either in the public school system or at Fitchburg State. And I can assure you my team's up to the challenge to get the finest candidates capable to be Fitchburg police officers.
Well, Chief, I appreciate your honesty and your openness about that. I know that it has not been an easy year for any of the departments, but especially the emotional and mental toll that the past year has had on every police force. I commend all of your officers for showing up to work every day in a job that I couldn't do. So I appreciate the fact that every one of your patrol officers, your sergeants, your detectives, your clerical staff, your dispatchers have shown up and have done the work that has kept this community safe, sound, knowing that you're there. So I can't praise you and your department enough. So I just want you to know that.
Appreciate that, Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Di Natale.
Just to be clear, we're adding 3 positions. We're restoring 2 police officers that were lost through attrition last year. We're adding a new, we're restoring the principal clerk position that was lost through attrition last year. And the reason why the number looks substantial in the police officer's line item is because, did you have retirements earlier this year that have made your budget less in spending, but you're going to need to make that up next year? So it's an increase, but you're not adding 2 more officers. You're going to be paying more this coming year because you need a full year of staffing.
Exactly.
Okay.
I haven't been able to fill 3 positions this past year in it by itself.
So the Councilor Green was looking at the last page showing that the police are getting 5 FTE increases over this year. Technically, that's true, but 2 of those 3 are because of early retirements that the chief hasn't filled yet. So therefore, this year's budget spending is going to be less. So it looks like a big increase, but he's really only adding 3 people to his department. But he's going to be paying for 5 versus what he was going to pay for this year because of those retirements. So I just wanted to make sure, because the way it was stated, it's like you're getting 4 new officers and 1 clerk. You're really only getting 2 new officers and 1 clerk. The other 2 officers you already had, you just haven't filled them yet.
That's correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Boschman.
Chief, got a question for you? Now, this 99.5, you're also counting the dispatches on that 99.5, aren't you?
I am.
Okay. All right. So basically, underneath you only have like 81 or 83 law enforcement officers on the street, counting the captains and all that, right?
81, including me, Counselor.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember you and I a long time had a discussion, and you said you'd like to hire more. I said, I'll back you to a certain amount, and that would be it. And we haven't reached that amount yet. And I was just surprised. When I said that, I said, oh, I even asked Mr. Calvin Brooks the same question. When I saw the 99.95, I said, oh my God, that we didn't agree to that.
I'll be happy to take 99 police officers if you want to give it to me.
I think those days are gone.
Can't
All
help
right.
me for trying.
All right. Councilor Fleming, you had your hand up earlier. All set? Okay. I would just like to ask briefly, just to confirm, is the jump in sick time buyback over not just last year, but the previous few years as well, is that related to new staffing, or is there some other reason behind that?
I try to forecast my retirements in any fiscal year. Because of the amount of police officers that are going to be eligible for retirement in FY22, I have to budget for the maximum allowance of sick time buyback. So that $60,000 equates to 5 retirements in FY22.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. Thank you. Any further questions on the police personal services budget?
And always, my office is open this next week if any council has any specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on.
Thank you, councilors. The fire department budget, which begins on page 25 and goes through 26. The total fire budget comes in at about $8,300,000, an increase of just over $300,000. This increase relates mostly entirely to changes in personnel and benefits. We were able to restore staffing levels back to pre-pandemic levels, which now allows us to operate at the NFPA standards a larger percent of the time.
Councilor Boschman.
Question. If their budget keeps on getting any bigger, Fitchburg would have their own police fire department, each and every one of us. I mean, it's really high to me. The fire chief, I know that's going to be coming up.
Actually, I had meant to mention something to the council about that before we hit this portion of the budget. We are not, either tonight or when assuming we approve this budget or a version of this budget, we are not thereby deciding the fire chief question. That will be decided later this month, I hope, or later this coming month. This budget line item is the mayor's current proposal. If we approve it at this level and decide it should be higher, we can appropriate out of free cash to make up the difference. If we approve it at this level and decide it should be lower, then some of this line item will end up getting rolled into free cash.
Okay, so are you saying to me, Mr. Chair, that we'll still be, if we wanted to cut this, we can cut it tonight, next week?
In theory, you could propose that cut, yes.
Okay, you can, I can tell us honestly, we will be. My other question, Patrick, is this. Pages and recall, I presume that would be for overtime?
Pager recall,
Yeah.
Counselor Bushman?
Yes, that's $143,000.
Yes, so that is a stipend for each firefighter to have a pager device.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. I'm up in Maine or Old Orchard Beach, and we have a 3-alarm fire over here at Old Orchard Beach, and I'm up there and I don't answer the call. Am I still paying for that pager? And why am I paying for that pager if he's not responding to the call?
So, Counselor, that is a condition of their employment that is part of their contract negotiated, would be to get that stipend for that pager. I can't speak to specifics on whether or not a firefighter would be using vacation in that instance or whether they would be deemed to respond. I'm not sure.
And my other question to you, $500,000 on overtime. I thought they were fully funded on all shifts. $500,000. Is that, why is that we get so high on the overtime? If we get a 24-hour shift, they're working full crews.
Counselor, it's my understanding that at least part of that would include times when someone who is not on shift has to be called in to deal with an actual call, because unless we want absolutely massive shifts, we can't possibly have enough firefighters that if we had 2 or 3 calls in the same hour, we could staff them all simultaneously. This past week is a good example. We had many fires that probably included quite a bit of overtime pay from firefighters who were not scheduled to work, but who got called on their pagers saying, we need more men. We need more, well, men or women, to fight these fires. So that, I believe, I don't quote me on it, but that is my understanding of where a lot of that overtime comes from.
Okay, I just thought I asked that because I just thought that was a lot of money, $500,000 for overtime when they get a 24-hour shift, and you know what I mean, and they get full crews, and that was the reason why. Okay, that's about it.
Thank you, Councilor Di Natale.
Whether they're fully staffed or not is irrespective of the overtime. Fully staffing is subjective if you ask the fire department. The city's position, at least when I was here in '08, was at a minimum they should be staffed at the minimum staffing requirements of the federal NFPA standards, which is 17 firefighters per shift. We weren't there between '08 to like 15 because of the recession, wiped that department pretty hard. We got back to the NFPA standard in, I want to say, 18 or 19. So only 2 or 3 years ago, we got back to the standard, which is great. And then last year, because of the pandemic, we reduced 2 staffing positions through attrition, which brought us again back below the NFPA standard. Whether we were at it or below it or above it, overtime has historically been between $400,000 and $500,000. Primarily because of the reasons President Zarella stated. Also, we have to remember that there are city events that require additional overtime on firefighters, like 4th of July, which I know there's a holiday account, but that holiday account is for like, Christmas, Thanksgiving. It's also, actually, this is a prime example. This past weekend, the fire department had 3 major fires in 2 or 3 days that required scores of communities to assist them through mutual aid, which is standard. But, they have to ask for additional assistance when those things happen. So these guys and gals are called up. So fully staffing, to me, could mean meeting the NFPA standard, and it could not, because I'm sure Chief Marama would argue he needs a lot more, but we need to be at a standard minimum that the feds recommend we be at, and we weren't even there for several years. So we're thankfully, we got back there, and then the pandemic struck, and now we're looking to get back to where we were, but that's irrespective of the overtime. The overtime is going to be $450-ish, give or take, whether you have 17 on shift, 18 on shift, or 15 on shift. It's typically fluctuated in that range. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any further questions on the fire department budget?
Yeah, one more question.
Counselor Boishman.
Are we going to skip over 26? My question, I just want to know about the electricity, $74,000 on electricity. Is the city looking at the possibility of putting solar panels on some of these places to help cut down the costs? And on the heating, are they 84,000, like on Central Station off here on North Street? Are they heating the bays out there where the trucks are? Or do they keep that at a minimum? Do you know?
I would believe that they're keeping the bays heated and cooled. To what degree compared to the rest of the building, I don't know. And for solar, we'd be happy to look at any project that we think solar could be. And we work with a group that assists us in those projects.
All right. No, because I just think those two, that's 150,000 if you round it all off, and that, so it would be a big savings if you could do something with that. So that's on that part. All right. That would be it on that.
All right, any further questions on the fire department budget? Okay, I am going to ask that we take a 2 or 3 minute recess, just because we've been going on for a while, and I'm sure several people would probably like to stretch their legs or take care of other necessities. We will return before 8:40. Everyone, if the finance team is ready, we'll proceed to the inspectional services budget.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have for you the Building Inspectional Services budget on page 27. The Building Department's budget comes in at nearly $665,000, an increase of $32,000 from the previous year. This relates to increases in personal services, again, contractually, and also accounts for cuts to different expenses. Additionally, an inspector position was restored in this budget, and there are additional funds to cover contracted inspectors due to the current housing market. The increase in the market has led to a need for contracted services to do some of the inspections. Finally, the vehicle maintenance line was increased due to an aging fleet. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councilor Boschman.
On the local building inspection commercial, is that covering itself by them going out and inspecting the industrial areas or commercial areas? Or is it coming out of, is that paying for itself on the inspections? Is that what the whole purpose of us hiring that person for?
Yep. Yep.
It is?
Yep.
100%?
Well, it's not directly, but the building permit fees that we're collecting is covering that cost.
All right. Oh, yeah, but the permits, the building fees, I'm talking about the commercial inspections. That was the whole purpose of us hiring that position, right, Councilor Di Natale?
Right, but it's in the building, it's in the revenue line on page, I don't know, 4 or 5.
All right. All right, that was it. Let's just want to make sure it's covering itself.
All right, Councilor Giuntali.
Just to answer Councilor Boschman's question, if you look at the revenues on page 5 for licenses and permits, the number in FY18 went from $650,000 to $800,000, and that was the same year we brought on the job. So it actually paid for it and some by a factor of 3, and that's been sustained throughout. So before we had that inspector position, we were collecting $650,000, and now we're collecting, well, we collected it upwards as $1 million before the pandemic, but now we're down to around $900,000, but it's still about $300,000 higher than it was before we hired the position. So absolutely, the position has paid for itself and some. So that addresses that. My only question is the increase for the $28,892. Is that like what the police, what I just talked about? Did someone retire or leave midway and we just haven't filled it yet?
I'm sorry, Councilor.
Sorry, that's not a new hire. Is that someone left mid-year?
Yes, that was a partial year.
Okay, so have we hired a replacement yet or not yet? Oh, we have. Okay, so, all right, so that's not an increase in staff. That's just we didn't pay for the job last year fully because they left early. Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions on this page? Let's move on.
Okay, I will now turn it over to Auditor Brooks.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, Mr. President, for the break. Those of us of a certain age appreciate it. Turning to page 28, this is the Public Works budget. The budget accounts for step increases and assumes positions are filled for the full year. The FY21 projected line has some partial year expenses for the civil engineer and the clerical because those positions were filled partway through the year. Under expenses, stormwater was recently funded through free cash, $400,000, similar to what we had done last year, which is why it isn't funded in this budget. And the reason is we needed to commit the funds to complete work in the fall of FY21, Task 2 of the stormwater plan. The city will also be restarting its look at stormwater fees to cover the cost of stormwater maintenance. That cost will only increase as we go forward and as we do more separation of the combined sewer stormwater systems. Last year when the pandemic hit, we were just getting ready to start talking to councilors and meet with the council to talk about a stormwater fee system. that was just put in the back burner, and I think as we return to some kind of normalcy and as we get back to some staffing, that issue will have to be addressed again. That's what I have for that page.
Councilor Giantelli.
Thank you. So on the MS4 stormwater, I believe Mr. Erickson several weeks ago during a Finance Committee meeting stated that, because we just recently appropriated free cash for the usual $400,000, that we're addressing right now. I remember I asked him, when are we going to get the options presented to us and actually come forward? Well, we actually have been given the options. I'm sorry, no, we haven't been given the options. They have an idea of what the options are. We just haven't had a formal presentation on them yet to decide what avenue we'd like to go in. But I know he said at the meeting recently that in FY22, there hopefully will be some type of determination on where we choose to go as a city.
Correct.
So that's forthcoming. Just from a position standpoint, this budget adds back 2 highway laborers that were lost through attrition last year.
Yep. Yes, that'll be on the next page, Counselor.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm one step ahead. Okay, I get the engineering mixed up with the highway. Okay.
That's all right.
So, but that, okay, I guess I've skipped a little bit, so if anyone has a question about how many jobs were added, I think we just covered it, so.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor Brochman.
On the EPA Stormwater Act, my only question is this: if we do start charging for that Stormwater Act, the rainwater, are we going to make that into an enterprise fund?
I think that's one of the discussions that will be had in this process, whether it's an enterprise fund or similar to similar to parking, where we would do a receipts reserved. There are different ways to do it, and I think that's still open for discussion.
And my other question to you is, if we go into an enterprise fund, or even if we go and start charging on the Stormwater Act.
Counselor?
Yep.
I don't want to, cut you too short.
All right.
That's not
I'll
related
forget
to
the
the
question.
budget before us.
Get it.
We'll get to it later this year, I think.
All right.
If the question is, will Fitchburg State be charged, the answer would be probably yes.
Okay. All right. You're absolutely right.
All right, Councilor Green. Councilor Green, you're muted.
That was highly unlikely. But page 28, top of the page under the cemetery, where we have almost $7 million request with not much funding. So I'm wondering what specifically. I mean, I would love to hear that they're buying the property across the street and putting in a crematorium.
So, Counselor?
Yes?
We're going to get there in a couple pages, I think. We're just on the engineering page so far. I think we're taking this one page at a time. But okay. I'll put you on the list for when we get to that section.
Thank you. I will just lower my little hand thing there. Thank you.
All right, I think we're done with the engineering page then, unless anyone else has any questions.
Okay, page 29 is the Highway Division budget. The personal services reflects step increases and the addition of 2 laborers who were reduced through attrition in the FY21 budget. I would also point out that there's a more robust funding of seasonal labor. We recognize that in the public works area that work increases in the summer, and it makes a lot of sense to hire temporary labor that can do that work, and then they're gone by the time winter comes. In the area of expenses, the changes reflect increasing costs or additional maintenance needed, especially notice on the dams. Okay.
Councilor Brochman.
Of course, you're going to hear me say it. I think it's in here. you're saying, I know we brought back 2 that retired, or we laid them off, or whatever you want to call. What, I know you're going to tell me we don't have the money. I just came out of the DPW meeting this afternoon at 5 o'clock, and as a white counselor, to get things done, he doesn't have the manpower, we're told. And he doesn't, he just doesn't have the manpower to do the whole city. Are we planning on Sunday start building up the DPW? I mean, instead of just keeping it at 22, what's the goal on the DPW? I mean, there's not enough manpower to serve, and that's number one question. Number two, as I also noticed that when they're patching underneath the coal patch thing, they patch a hole, and a week later, they got to go back and repatch the hole. I think we're wasting a lot of money on coal patch because we're doing the work over and over again. Am I still in line? Mr. President, am I still in line here, or am I going off track?
Your first question is relevant to tonight. Your second question should probably wait until a later meeting.
All right.
We can't discuss really departmental policy tonight.
All right. But my question is there any plan or foreseeable plan where we start to staff the DPW accurately and labor, not engineers? Huh?
What do you think that number is?
Oh, I don't know. Ask them. They're the ones that know. They say they don't have enough. They need about 10 guys and maybe more. And, and I'm only going by what I did at a meeting tonight, what I'm told.
Well, what do you think they're going to tell you, Paul?
What do you mean, what do you think?
They want more people.
Well, they need them.
Every department wants more people.
Well, there are some departments that aren't doing their jobs.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. And that's part of the discussion. And we hear that, the police department, the fire department, you just line them up, okay? DPW, you're right. I would like to be able to give them at least 2 or 3 more people. And we'll work in that direction. I mean, even when the budget's passed, it doesn't say that we can't do these things down the road, and we'll continue to revisit them. It's a process, and it's sometimes slow. But I agree with you. Yeah, they could use a couple more bodies. I don't think it's 10, but yeah,
I understand.
You're right.
The only reason why I'm not trying to put you on the carpet here.
I appreciate your
but
question.
My argument is, I and many councilors.
No argument tonight,
no.
Councilor.
My saying is, we get very frustrated when we go and we put a petition in and we can't get the work done because they don't have enough manpower. That's the thing, and we're told that they don't have enough man or time to do the work. And that's the frustrating part of the whole job, is when you get told that, and
Counselor,
they don't have enough.
I understand, and I think we probably all agree that, the department needs more staffing, but the question was simply whether there's a plan to introduce more staffing. I think that has been answered. So do you have any further questions about the budget?
Not here, not yet. I'll see the mayor tomorrow.
All right. In that case, Councilor Fleming.
Okay. Correct me if I'm mistaken. I believe this is piggybacking on Councilor Boschman's comment. I believe the commissioner said that they do have the jobs out there for people to take. They're just not getting the people to come take them. Am I mistaken? I believe that's what he said in the DPW meeting.
Yes, that's what he implied.
Which is why we're short-staffed.
So, and why do you think that is?
Well, because people aren't applying for the work.
Okay.
Not that
Money.
they're not looking for it.
Getting their
It's
check.
just,
Money.
They're getting their check to stay home, is that what it is?
No, they get them.
I don't know. But I just want to, it's not that the city doesn't want to give them the workers, it's just that the people don't want the jobs. That's what I got
That's
from
probably
that.
more true than not, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
And there are certain DPW jobs that are specialized. And they're just not people out there that you just can, you say, okay, you're hired, I mean, they have to be qualified.
Yes, I understand.
Not
that.
always easy to find, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor Fleming, do you have any further questions?
No, I just wanted to comment on that one item. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Schultz?
Thank you, Council President Zerla. I was at that same Public Works Committee meeting tonight, and one of the things that the commissioner did state was that he didn't think the compensation was enough to attract some of these people to take these jobs, these open positions. So I don't know if that's something we can look at in the future, maybe giving them, I think he stated something about $18 an hour wasn't going to attract many people. So to do that type of laboring.
Yeah. Council, we're in the process of negotiating contracts now with the laborers, so that's going to take some time.
Okay. Yeah, but I just thought I'd mention that.
No, I appreciate that. That's good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Di Natale.
I just want to be complimentary with, every time we talk about this department, we talk about the need for more staffing, but I think what gets lost, not maybe by anybody in this room, but maybe by the public who hears these comments all the time, which are valid, is, at least in my experience, it depends on the type of work, too. So we have many areas that need sidewalks, new sidewalks. That's a significant undertaking, no matter how many staff you have on the force. Having 3 or 4 more guys is not going to get all the sidewalks done. It's a problem prevalent throughout every municipality where you have so many miles of roadway to maintain, and you don't have 2 or 3 guys dedicated to each street. So you have a laundry list of sidewalks that need to get done. You have the 2 services in the DPW that I routinely get frustrated with, but I don't believe manpower is the problem, because I don't think any addition is going to really make a dent in this because of the type of work, is sidewalk replacements or repairs and berm installations. Berm installations may have an impact if you add more staffing, because I know the DPW has told me that when the paving crew is out, when the pothole repair crew is out there, they're not doing berms. So maybe a couple more people would improve the berm situation, because it takes sometimes a year or 2 to put a berm in. But other than berms and sidewalks, every other instance where I've needed their assistance, and this is complimentary to them, they've done it within a week or 2, and they've done a great job. Pothole repairs, tree trimming, debris removal, they're there instantly. And I don't think adding more bodies will impact that significantly. They will certainly get more done, but I guess my point is that there are certain functions that they're required to do that I don't think 3 or 4 people is going to make an impact on. Because everywhere you look, sidewalks need to be fixed and berms need to be put in. It's just a massive undertaking. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't add people. Of course we should in that area. But I just wanted to make that point, that in spite of their staffing deficiencies in some areas, they are very responsive and very quick, at least in my experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on the DPW highway staffing? All right, moving on.
Moving on to page 30. The top piece is the highway capital, and you'll note that they requested $1,890,000 in projects which were not funded. This just gives you an idea of what they're looking to do over the next year or 2. I do notice that they have a city contribution to paving. The city did recently commit $300,000 to the paving of Oak Hill Road, which I believe is in Ward 2, isn't it?
No, Ward 3.
Oh. Okay.
Award 2 people use it.
So that's part of, that's going to show as a piece that was, a request that was not funded by the mayor. Snow and ice, we've level funded from FY '21 to $550,000. I'd like to be able to raise that $50,000 a year over time to get it closer to $900,000 to $1 million, which is where it should be. This is not the year to do that. And I think we've, as we have opportunities, we've been trying to bump it up. Traffic signals and streetlights are pretty much level funded.
Okay. Any questions on the highway capital? I have Councilor Green.
Right, of course. I just want, am I unmuted?
No, you're on.
Okay. So again, without getting myself into trouble, I see and notice the equipment of not only our ever-aging staff of the DPW, but our ever-aging staff of the equipment that the DPW owns or has use of. And I'm concerned that with almost a $2 million request for equipment, so I'm going to say $500,000 for equipment, that we haven't allowed any of that to take place. So I'm just wondering if it's a capital improvement or a capital expense on how we go about either replacing or getting better equipment to get more jobs done efficiently. I guess that's my only question.
So if I can just answer that, I think historically what we've tried to do is we don't fund capital projects and we don't generally fund equipment within the budget. That comes out of free cash appropriations once we have a free cash certified. So I would expect that next year, after free cash is certified, we would be looking at appropriations for, might be DPW, might be police cruisers, it might be fire vehicles. It depends on who has the needs. And then it will also go for any building maintenance projects and those kinds of things. Tonight, again, at Finance Committee, there was a $40,000 appropriation to do an engineering on the library mechanical room, and then there's a subsequent request that'll come for about $500,000 to actually do the work.
When do we actually get a chance in the budget to say, hey, every 3 years, every 5 years, every 10 years, some of these pieces of equipment need to be replaced? And how do you go about doing that, with some fiscal responsibility so that we just don't keep kicking that rusty truck literally down the road?
So, Counselor, we do have a capital improvements commission. It doesn't meet very frequently, but part of the job is to plan ahead for the capital needs of the future. I think that would probably be the place where that would be addressed. Any advanced planning of that sort? Would that be correct, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, that would be one source. Counselor, let's remember something. Over the last 2 years, we've probably expended beyond north of $2 million in replacing equipment in the DPW. With large plow trucks, small vehicles, the coal planer of $450,000 2 years ago. The requests normally that are made are honored, but as Calvin mentioned, the wish list comes in at $6 million. And that's if we replace every problem vehicle that we've got. It's not realistic. But I think we've made a substantial dent in what those needs have been over the last couple of years. So, and will we do more? Yeah, we will. When it's feasible.
Right, and I want to commend that there's some fiscal responsibility in doing that. You know what I mean? But you know what that fleet looks like, and it is at times sad. So that's my only comment. But I appreciate all of the new equipment that has been provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boschman.
Got one question for them. At the meeting, we were told that we have a lot of aging lights, traffic lights aging real old. Are we taking advantage of the Montezuma Regional Planning and some of the stuff that they do to help out Montezuma Regional,
Yeah.
They do different things. They get involved. Like Leominster uses them a lot, I believe, when they did their Mechanic Street and they did all the sidewalks all the way down and changed the lights and everything else.
Yeah.
Do we use them to help us on any of these intersections?
The commissioner and Tom Skorowski are members of those boards.
Are they?
So, if there's something available there, I'm sure we'd be taking advantage of it.
All right, okay, I just want to make sure that we're using all avenues for our city. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilor Di Natale.
I just wanted to say that the status of the fleet, you know, as was stated earlier, there was an analysis done last year of free cash appropriations from fiscal year 15 to fiscal year 20 that I conducted as Chair of Finance to know where the free cash has gone historically. The number one location it has gone is schools. The second department is DPW. So in the last 5 years, we've appropriated almost $5 million out of free cash to the Department of Public Works. A new salt shed for $500,000, cold planer and skid steer for $190,000. There was this vac truck we bought that was $200,000. We bought a new street sweeper. We buy smaller vehicles. I don't recall whenever there's been a request, it hasn't been honored, especially if it's at the point of no repair. Now, why do we wait to get to that point? Because we're trying to stretch out the life of these things as much as we can, because the fire department wants new vehicles, the police department wants new vehicles. You had some budgets we looked at tonight that asked for additional vehicles, and we said no. We've always funded capital out of free cash, and that's where you should fund it out of. And I think that adds more transparency on behalf of the taxpayers to know where their tax dollars are going when you do it through free cash, because then you have a meeting specifically on that appropriation and people get to see what you're doing with it. If you put it in the budget, you're not going to know what it's going to be used for. It can be used for anything. So I'm not disputing that there may be some equipment here and there that is aging
Counselor?
that needs to be replaced.
It's very good information, but we are kind of veering into debate at this point.
I'm veering into debate? I'm making a statement, Mr. President. I'm not veering into debate.
I understand, but if you have questions or additional fact information, it's certainly appreciated. But I think you have addressed Councilor Green's
Thank you.
statement. Any further questions on on highway capital? All right, moving on.
Page 31, cemetery. Let's see. Personal services reflect step increases. There's a newly funded position that shows up here for the first time. This is a clerical principal clerk position that's going to be funded 1/3 cemetery, 1/3 parks department, 1/3 recreation department. And currently, that work is being done by the cemetery superintendent in managing all of the clerical for the cemetery and the parks, and the recreation director for the rec department. The feeling is that it's time to put in a less skilled position that can do that kind of work to free up time for the superintendent or director to focus on running their departments. I would also point out that on the summer helpline, we have the mayor has again funded that position, which will enable us to hire a fairly robust crew for the cemetery department. To answer, Councilor Green, to answer your question earlier, here is a list of capital projects that had been requested by the cemetery department that the mayor has not funded in this budget, but would more likely be funded from available funds as they develop. There are some big ones there in terms of the cemetery expansion or a new cemetery office and maintenance building. And I think those are things that we'll have to address in the next year or two to figure out what we want to do and how we want to do it.
Councilor Green, did that address your question? I did promise you first shot at this one.
Thank you. I do appreciate that leeway. I have just one specific question about, are we, and this may not be the meeting for this, are we entertaining the idea of a City of Fitchburg crematorium on cemetery property?
Yes, that's part of the feasibility study that was performed. However, Counselor, another very thorny issue it's not the billion-dollar bonanza that we'd get if you did build one. All right, so I just would caution you to move deliberately on that, because that's what we're doing.
Oh, I agree, and I know that it's a space.
Talk to some of the funeral directors, they love the idea, but I don't know, it's not as clear-cut.
Right, and I think that that's why we rely heavily on a feasibility study of this to weigh the pros and cons before we make a decision, yay or nay on that. So thank you for the due diligence. I know it's been on your list for a while. It's just always on the radar, knowing that it's just right up the street. So that's all.
Thank you. Councilor Giannatalli.
Yeah, this question, unfortunately, is it's related to the next page, because the Parks, Cemetery, and Recreation departments are sharing this new hire three-way. So, I don't know, maybe I'll just wait till the next page to ask my questions on it. Yeah, I'll wait till the next page.
Okay. I'll keep you on the list.
All set?
Hang on.
Just one.
If anyone else has any questions on the cemetery?
Just one piece on the cemetery. My notes here say that cemetery expansion will be needed by 2025. So that's another piece that we're going to have to look at, the city will have to address in the next couple of years. Because the city does have an obligation to provide a final resting place for its citizens. Page 32 is the Parks Department budget. Again, personal services reflects step increases. You notice the 1/3 clerical position, which is being shared with Cemetery and Recreation. I would also point out there's the addition of one laborer, which had been reduced by attrition back in FY21 in the current budget. And there's also a bump in summer help to assist with increased summer demands. Parks has a special need for summer help because of the amount of grass that needs to be mowed and the regularity with which that work has to be done. For expenses, there were no changes from FY21.
Councilor Giannatalli, did you want to chime in now or wait till?
Yeah, this is where I wanted to go with this. So I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't ask this question. It's the city's position that a principal clerk for these three departments is more important than another parks employee, since we have close to 50 parks, and we all know how well-maintained those can get. Is that the position of this city?
I think the position, the reason for funding this position is to, because the superintendent and the rec director are spending a lot of time doing clerical work that could be done by a less skilled person, and that gives them time to then focus more on their job of managing their departments and managing the work that has to be done.
So as I said earlier, I am not questioning the need.
Right.
My concern is by doing this, or my question would be, given the fact that we are always talking about lack of personnel in parks specifically, and in a budget, forget my earlier statements about adding this at all, but this budget is saying that we're going to add a new position in an area that we have had a critical need missing for years with our parks maintenance. So this is telling me that it's the administration's position that, in spite of all of the park shortages we have, when we have the bandwidth to add a body, we're going to choose a principal clerk over another full-time parks employee? How many parks employees do we have? When you bring the attrition job back, how many do we have?
According to this, there's going to be four laborers in the Parks Department.
Right now, we have 3, though, right?
Right now, we have 3. We're bringing fourth one back, correct.
Right. So
and then in the summer, we're hiring another 5 laborers.
When the need is greatest.
Which is when the need is greatest, right.
It's just, see, I can't make my question is, we keep talking about the need for more parks help. I know we're adding seasonal help, but in a moment where we're going to add a body, we don't add parks. I don't understand that. Can you explain that to me? We're not adding a parks employee, we're adding a clerk.
I guess, Counselor, I would suggest maybe to talk to the Public Works Commissioner, because this is the way he had requested it.
All right, well, I'll have another bite at the apple on this when we put our cuts forward. Thank you.
Any further questions on parks? All right, moving on.
Okay, and at this point, I would turn the presentation back over to City Treasurer Ann Cervantes.
Thank you. On page 33, the Board of Health Personal Services, the increases there are mostly due to contractual obligations. Currently, there are 2 positions in the department that are not filled, the Food and Milk Inspector and the Weights and Measures Inspector. The department is working on filling those positions. The other items on that line are, there's a sick time buyback for an employee who will be retiring this year, and then a request for $3,000 for certifications and licenses.
Any questions on Board of Health Personal Services? Seeing none, moving on.
On page 34, we have health expense. The major increases in that line are under travel and meetings, because people expect, again, to be able to get out and attend meetings this year. There's an increase in mileage requested. The inspectors do not have city vehicles in this department. They drive their own cars, so this is to reimburse them. The maintenance, not building or grounds, that is a replacement trash and recycling barrels. They wear out and have to be replaced. Airport land rent. The city rents land from the airport. It's part of the old landfill, and then they in turn rent it out to AKS Recycling, which uses it to store materials. It's a wash. The rent that we get from AKS is the same that the city pays to the airport.
And I'll just remind people that was the legal fix that we had to go through a year or 2 ago. It's the same thing, roughly the same thing we were doing before, just through an extra step. Councilor Brochman.
Just one question, maybe Calvin can answer it, or maybe the city. So AKS is still going to be responsible for cleaning the airport road, right? Of trash? I don't care, yes.
Not exactly, but since it's a simple yes or no, I'll allow it if you have the answer.
They're under a contract to do that.
Then, okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
All right, any further questions on the health expenses? All right, moving on.
Public health nurse, the increase to the salary there is contractual. Otherwise, there are no other changes to this budget.
I actually have one quick question on that, just because I can't move the numbers around quite right in my mind. What is the sort of budgetary reason that the school nurses fall under the general fund rather than the school budget?
These are the parochial school nurses.
Oh, gotcha. That makes perfect sense.
They can't be included in the public school budget.
I thought it was something like that. I just wanted to double check and make sure that I had that straight before anyone asks me. All right, Councilor Giannatalli.
On that note, what parochial schools, the high school, St. Bernard's High School and St. Bernard's Elementary?
I actually don't know.
Aren't those the only 2?
I don't know, I'm sorry.
Right? Does St. Bernard's Elementary now have a nurse? Because I remember, I thought we pulled that. Didn't the school department give them a nurse and then they pulled it back? You don't know anything? Okay, that'd probably be a question for the superintendent. My understanding was we used to staff a nurse there, or there was a requirement or some nature with the school department, and until recently, a year or 2 ago, they lost that nurse, and now they've got to pay for it themselves. at the elementary school. You don't know anything about that, so I'm probably going to have to ask Pam Rivers or Mr. Jokla, but, because you said, what line item is it that's paying for parochial nurses?
The second line, under school nurses.
Right. And so, that's interesting, okay. And they support the parochial schools. Are they there 40 hours a week, or are they on call?
I do not know the schedule.
Okay, all right. Thanks.
Okay, Counselor Fleming.
Well, I guess my question is isn't St. Bernard's a private school?
Mm-hmm.
But the city supplies the nurse?
Pay their taxes.
I guess I don't understand that.
Yeah. Parents pay their taxes, and that's the argument they make.
Okay.
Now, it's a tough one, but yeah, you have to be more specific. When Steve Curry's here, he'll have more specific information. I'm not sure how that works on a daily basis.
Well, just the only reason I asked the question is I know a few people that are public health nurses in other towns, and they've always questioned that. You know, if it's a private school, you know, why is public funds being paid for a kid for a private school, publicly funded? So it is what it is. I mean, I was just curious if anybody could answer that question specifically.
I believe there's some. Now I'm recalling that St. Bernard's, the elementary school, we did pull back on the nurse, requiring them to pay. I'm not sure if that's still the case now. Yeah, could be.
It looks like Counselor Schultz might have an answer for that.
Yeah, it's my understanding that we pay for those things, like we also pay for transportation as well. We pay for school buses and school nurses, because if we didn't have those schools, we'd have to build more public schools to account for those students. So we're happy to pay for some of these expenses in order to not have the expense of having an entire school to house those students. That's the thinking.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions on this page? Seeing none, moving on.
Thank you. Rubbish collection and disposal. The contract fees for collection the request is almost $100,000 higher this year. It usually does go up each year. This year it's jumped a little more because Director Curry is hoping to go from 16 to 20 weeks of yard collection. By doing this, the state would reimburse part of that through our recycling grant, not the full expense of it. But even though it doesn't cover the entire cost, there would be better collections and it would be a benefit to the city. Contract fees for disposal, that's basically level funded. And then the closed landfill maintenance fund, and this is what Councilor Squalia was asking about earlier. So this is another $100,000 is in the budget to go towards this fund to be used for maintenance and monitoring of the city's closed landfills.
All right, Councilor Di Natale.
The question is for the city solicitor, Mr. President. Does this council have the authority to reduce any of these line items in the future, even though these are contractual costs? For example, if we're not happy with the work that's being done, do we have any recourse as a city? Or we just keep paying for bad service?
I think at the level of service being supplied can be considered a breach of the contract, and we could object to following through on our side of the contract, and we would have a defense in the event that they sued us, because you have to be in compliance with the contract in order to enforce it. So you could take that view, but there would have to be a serious or a material breach or a failure to provide the level of service that the contract contemplates.
So would a material breach or a failure to provide contract services be people having to wait 3 weeks to get their yard waste picked up?
That could be, you could cite that. It would probably be in our best interest for us to begin to document our objection.
I know Mr. Curry is. I've talked to him about this, and I will in the future. But I just add that question because I know these are contractual. There's got to be some mechanism for the city to put some heat on Waste Management, because they are terrible with yard waste, consistently. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Squalia.
Thank you. That was going to be my same line of thinking. The yard waste the past month has been ridiculous, the amount of complaints that I've got of missed service for yard waste. And not only that, but missed trash pickups, missed recycling pickups, and always the question I hear is, what is the city doing about this? And I always say, I'm not sure exactly what the city is doing about this. And when it comes to documenting it, you can look on the See-Click Fix website. It's inundated with missed cart, missed trash, missed recycling, whole street, individual address, missed yard waste. I mean, the majority of See-Click Fix is missed trash or missed recycling or missed yard waste, and then probably after that, potholes. So, I mean, I would like to see us, I don't know, I would like to know exactly how we are cracking down on this. I know I've heard the argument also that it's not always, you know, the company's fault. Sometimes people don't leave their trash cart out in time and these kinds of things, but there's no way that that is the majority. The majority appears to be, from my experience, actual misses. Thank you.
Thank you. So before I go to Councilor Schultz, I'd just like to note for the council that it seems like there is a strong consensus, and I would agree that this is something we should look into going forward. If there's further comments in that vein, I would ask that they be held until such time as we can actually address this on a legal and contractual level outside the budget discussion. But I do agree that they are very valid concerns. That said, Councilor Schultz, do you have a question on a different item, or?
No, I was going to comment that you know, we really should take a look at that. But you know, the times that the company comes to varies. You know, so sometimes they come really early, and other times they come late, and I don't know. It could be a combination of both things happening at once. People not putting them out on time because they figure they're going to come at a certain time, and then there's other times they don't come at all. So yeah, it's something we should address at some point. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Brochman.
I just want to tell the council that when I'm outside walking around 5, they come around 5:30. I see them on the street to pick up the trash. That's number one. But I want to ask the mayor and on this trash thing, is the city having any plans to put in dumpsters out like twice a year where residents can go and dump their stuff?
Yeah.
So
I've had that conversation with the DPW commissioner and Steve Curry. Commissioner likes the idea. I at first liked the idea, but when talking to Steve Curry, I mean, we're trying to initiate that to attack the illegal dumping that goes on in some of the remote areas of the city. Steve doesn't believe that would have any impact, and he's been doing this for a long time. You know, you put the dumpsters out there, they'll be filled in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I know.
And, you know, and that's fine. We could do that, but I don't think it's going to really attack the problem that we're looking to attack. What we need to do is we need to start looking at cameras in strategic areas of the city where that's going on. But let me go back to Waste Management. We're looking at, we're sitting down at the table with them with new contracts and whatnot, not with Waste Management for any carrier. But you're not going to like what I'm going to tell you, but again, it's almost become a joke. When in doubt, it's COVID. I talked to one of their frontline VPs last week. I said, what's going on? He said, I can't get people to work. I'm listening to one of the most popular radio stations in the morning, WEEI. They're advertising Waste Management's doing job fairs. They're putting out $10,000 for someone to sign up to become an employee. They can't get the people.
And credit us.
Now, again, not going to like to hear that. No one likes hearing that, but that's the reality. He's telling me, Mayor, we're not picking it up because we're not picking it up. We don't have the people. We don't have the drivers. Anyway,
My final question is this.
yeah,
Is picking up trash for the last 25 years
yeah.
and seeing trash all over the streets and major dumps like Councilor Di Natale on his page and Councilor Squire on her pages. Are we finding them? And if we're not finding them, why not? Why aren't we not finding them and find them
Counselor?
heavy and make them go back
Counselor?
and pick it up?
Also a very valid point, but not relevant to the Board of Health rubbish collection budget.
I'm sorry.
Definitely something that we should be looking into, but I believe we have actually been addressing fines and fees progressively over the last few months. There are a few tools we're going to be developing, but we can discuss them at a future meeting, or you can give me a call, and I'd be happy to go over it with you.
Okay. Okay, Mayor, thank you. You put me back in my place.
I'm glad I could be of help, Counselor.
All right, any further questions on rubbish collection? All right, moving on.
Veterans on page 37, there's a contractual increase under the personal services. Other than that, there's very little change to the expense budget, and the request for the veterans' benefits is equal to what is expected to be expended this year.
Any questions on the veterans budget? Seeing none, moving on.
Council on Aging, under personal services, primarily contractual changes for the executive director, the principal clerk, and the custodian. The program coordinator was one of the positions that was eliminated last year, and it has not been funded this year in the mayor's budget. However, the receptionist position, the hours have been increased in the hopes that that will help with the programming at the Council on Aging. Other than that, for the most part, the expenses are level funded.
Questions on Council on Aging? Councilor Di Natale?
I just noticed in here that there's no section for capital needs. And I noticed that in some other budgets. Do you guys send out a directive saying, please submit any requests you want? Just some departments don't do it in terms of, like, for example, the DPW gave you a litany of things they'd love to get, but we all know they're not going to get it. But I know, like, the library, the senior center, they have capital needs too, but you don't see that in the requested column. So do they just opt not to send anything, or do they?
I would say yes, that's correct. That some departments put a list out of everything they need, others don't. Others will modify it depending on the year and the situation. We have put out a request, and it's getting to be now a couple of months ago, on the capital improvements requests, and trying to create a new capital improvements list, which I would have liked to have done now, but have bogged down with the some of the FEMA CARES Act and now ARPA stuff that's going on. And these departments, like Council on Aging, do have some things in the capital improvements.
Yeah. I'm sure they have needs. It's just, I didn't know if they were responsive, or they just opt to say, I'll just take it.
And some of that will show up as the facilities director begins to get more involved in these things.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Green?
My only question is, is there a plan to address, again, I know it's the senior center, it's our armory, it's a old, lovely brick building, but the fact that we're still spending on average a little over $3,000 a month in utilities on a building that was closed for almost the majority of last year. So I'm wondering, besides the window improvement project that Director Goodwin has requested, what else is the city, or can the city do to be proactive to help lower that expense?
Anyone who wants to can go ahead.
Director of Facilities, Mr. Karlstad, has looked at that building. The window situation is complicated. It's not as clear-cut as some people might think. So he's got issues with that. we just completed, I should say DPW completed, repaving the handicap ramp on the right side of the building. That was in pretty rough shape, and I thank them for their efforts this week. The building itself requires significant investment, and we're looking at that. We're also looking at the library and doing some fixes there that we need to do. So again, we'll attack those problems when we have the opportunity and when we have the resources. So that is a magnificent building. We want to keep it, it's in pretty good shape, and we just want to keep it that way. But some of those challenges are costly too. So.
Thank you.
Any further questions on Council on Aging? No. All right, let's move on.
Recreation Department. The Recreation Director's increase is contractual. The Recreation Assistant position was one that was eliminated last summer, and it has not been funded in this budget. The Principal Clerk is the clerk that Mr. Brooks was speaking of, that is shared with the Cemetery and Parks Department. The Playground Supervisor and Playground Instructor lines are increased. Couple of reasons for that. Per ordinance, these positions are being paid more now, and also the summer season is actually going to be a few weeks longer this year, just because schools are getting out earlier, because there were very few snow days this past year, if any. So they're expecting a longer season. Expenses are level funded. Under Pool and Splash Park, again, the lifeguards and the other employees there, the increases are again due to the ordinance increase and the longer season.
All right, Councilor Green.
What playground actually has the instructor position?
I don't know that.
Playground instructor is a member. It's not just
Yeah.
a single person.
I would think so.
Probably the splash pad.
Counselor, are you looking at the line that says playground instructor?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what playground there is a instructor, or if it's...
I believe it's
if that's part of our school, like our lunch program during the summer that we provide, and there needs to be somebody there. I'm just figuring, wanting to know who we're paying and how many. Is that one instructor, or is that many instructors?
I believe it's many instructors. I can't tell you how many.
If I had to guess, I'd say it was Park Hill.
Right, but I think it's a number. There's a supervisor who supervises a number of instructors who are located at different playgrounds.
All right.
Okay, Councilor Hughes?
I would agree with Mr. Brooks, because looking at the playground supervisor at $5,000, and then the instructor at $55,000, so I would assume it's probably covering multiple parks around the city.
Could be 10 or 12 then.
Based upon my experience, I've worked with the Parks Department for a number of years, so that's usually the format they usually do.
Thank you, Counselor. Any further questions on parks, or on recreation, rather? All right, moving on.
Library. Chief Librarian's increase is contractual. There is an added position of a head clerk, part-time. This is to assist, Ms. Bernard will be retiring later this year, and this position is to handle the clerical work that's now being handled by another library employee, and to assist with the transition with the new librarian who will be coming in. The other employees, the professional, the pre-professional, and the library assistants, There are contractual increases there, and there's also filling one full-time librarian position and one 10-hour library assistant position that were not filled last year. No large changes to the expenses. An increase in office supplies over what they expect to expend this year, just because they're going to be open again and they're going to be busier than they have been. Books and materials, there's an increased request for those, just to be able to supply more materials to the public.
And can we confirm, just to keep reinforcing the point, can we confirm that the capital line item that is not funded because it is anticipated that if it's needed, it will be funded through an appropriation?
Yes, and actually, I think a request is already, and this is the boiler replacement at the library.
yes.
And there's a request for the engineering and the design, or the specifications for the
So that's
the job.
already underway then?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, any questions on the library budget? Councilor Boschman.
One question. On the 9 part-time assistants, library assistants, you think we're going to need all those at this time, where we're just starting to reopen back up, and people are still afraid to go into public places?
Well, Ms. Bernard thinks that they will. They've been able to manage with a smaller staff over the last year because of COVID and because they were not open to the public. But now that they're open again, and, they expect that they're going to need these people.
And from what I've been told, in fact, the library did quite brisk business even during COVID with book pickups and scheduled appointments and so forth.
Oh, yeah? Is that right?
So,
all right. I didn't know that.
Operations the first week in June. They'll be up to normal operations the first week in June.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
any further questions on the library?
No.
All right, moving on.
Thank you. I'd like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Brooks at this time.
Thank you. Going to page 41, this is the wrap-up page of the general fund budget. Just a couple of highlights. Pension, the increase is the required increase per the funding schedule. Future increases will be at a rate of about 6% per year. That's in the funding schedule that the retirement board has set. We're basically funding it a 6% increase per year and then letting it run out to where it would be fully funded, which I believe is like in 2032 or 33. Health insurance, that's gone up. We are expecting we have a rate increase of 3.5% on the health insurance. The medics rates go up at year end in December for January. So this is to cover that increase. We don't expect any other increases or changes for employee benefits or miscellaneous expenses. As you go further down, reserves, you'll notice that there's a reserve for snow and ice, $675,000. That's what we've done historically. And you see no spending on it because we don't spend out of that account. We appropriate or transfer from that to the snow and ice line items. The last two lines, the Monty Tech assessment, this is based on what they have sent us for an assessment. The Fitchburg Public Schools expenses, school expenses have been funded to meet net school spending, but the transportation is underfunded at this point, and we'll have to address that in the fall once we know what the actual costs are. The budget that the school sent me for school transportation had an increase in transportation of $1,175,000, half of which was from a new contract for special ed transportation, and the other half is for additional buses, which will be needed because there is no extended learning program at Longjo anymore, so they're not able to stagger the bus schedules, which means they have to have more buses because everybody is traveling at the same time. We're not sure, they're not sure exactly how many buses they will need, so we have underfunded that by about $500,000. However, in this year's school budget, they will not be spending the full amount budgeted for school transportation, so I do expect more than $500,000 to be closed from this year's school spending, unfunded school transportation to free cash to be available for next year. And then we'll have a better handle on the year after that as to what we're doing with school transportation. So that concludes the general fund budget.
And just to confirm, the stabilization fund line has historically been funded out of free cash, correct?
Correct.
So that's why it's a blank for this year.
Correct.
Not because we're not planning on continuing to fund it, but because we have not historically budgeted.
Correct. Those four lines generally have come out of available funds, free cash, in some fashion.
Excellent. Councilor Di Natale.
So the $66,300,000 for the schools, that meets net school spending, but transportation's not part of net school spending, so you're saying that right now, is the transportation in that 66.3, or is that outside of the?
Yes, it is.
So you're saying that that line item currently in this package is underfunded by $500,000?
Correct.
And you're anticipating free cash certification to exceed that, so you can apply it to next year?
Correct. I'm expecting that the school department will return to the city more than $500,000. This past year, they returned $900,000 in excess school transportation funds, which helped our free cash for FY21.
So am I understanding that this budget needs 1.6 million in free cash and not 1.1 million?
That's one way of looking at it.
Okay, so then we need exactly the same amount we had last year, correct?
One of the changes that's happened between these current 2 years and the next year is that we're going to incur full expenses on school transportation, which we have not had to do.
Okay. The comment you made earlier, Mr. Brooks, about a 6% increase on the pension every year?
Yep.
Am I to then correctly calculate that the request for FY22 for the pension line item, that's currently 14,486,866, if I multiply that by 1.06, is that kind of what that should be next year?
That should give you a rough estimate, yes.
So that's an $869,000 increase next year?
Correct.
Okay, so that'll be about more than 200,000 more than this year's increase.
I believe this year's is a little bit less because we a year ago made a final payment on the early retirement incentive that was given out 15 years earlier.
Okay. So with all the new positions that we're adding back and adding on top of pre-pandemic levels, why would that pension increase not be higher? Is that number factoring in all these new hires?
So, all right, so what we're doing with the pension funding schedule is we're increasing our funding 6% each year. And if our liability, with the presumption that it pays off, let's say in 2032, if we were to double our staffing, that funding schedule at 6% would suddenly find us having to pay that amount through 2040 or 2050. And we would then have to modify that 6%.
Okay,
So we're basically using 6% so that we have some we move the end of the schedule up and down depending on
So the
what we're doing.
6%'s not directly tied to actual staffing levels, it's more, like the staffing levels that we're adding in this budget doesn't impact that 6%?
It won't directly, it would impact it indirectly.
Okay.
I think it's a different way of looking at it than what I have done before, but I think it's a good way for Fitchburg because it provides some consistency in what the city can expect for future increases.
So there was a comment made earlier, very early on in the meeting, about why raise the tax levy? And I've argued this before, that if you look at the revenue line item of the tax levy, I think it was I don't remember the number off the top of my head.
The 2.5%?
1.3 million, is that the increase?
1.4?
1.4, And if you're going to have an $870,000 increase next year, I mean, you're talking more than half of your tax levy increase is eaten up by one line item, and that doesn't include health insurance, which is always, I'm assuming health insurance is harder to predict than a pension because we don't have a schedule for health insurance.
Correct.
Because I've seen health insurance go up either 600,000 some years and stay flat other years. So 130 is actually pretty good compared to what I've usually seen.
Yep.
But, you know, just to put that into context, that pension increase alone with the health insurance, that's like 80% of your tax levy raised. It's gone.
Correct.
So I would argue that you have to raise the tax levy in order to stay afloat with those two things, correct?
Yep.
I mean, now, last question I have, and I know it's late. I'm always asked by constituents, a fully funded pension system on the schedule we're on to 2032 and 2033. They ask me, what does that mean? Does that, correct me if I'm wrong, does that mean that in 2032, which is only 10, 11 years away, 12 years away max, that 14.5 would go away or largely be reduced to close to zero?
So that figure of 14.4 is made up of three parts in the actuarial study. Part of it is the unfunded liability that we're paying off. Part of it is what they call the normal cost, which is the cost of this year's benefits, people working this year and earning a benefit. And part of it is the expense of operating the retirement system itself. And some of those costs are split up among the three members or the three groups within the retirement system: the City of Fitchburg, the Redevelopment Authority, and the Housing Authority. City has the biggest piece of it. So when we get to full funding, and if you figure a 6% increase a year, I think the final year numbers are like 27 million.
Yeah, 27 million. Yep.
It would drop significantly. There's still a chunk to pay because you have your normal cost. So it could be, let's say, 6 million instead of 14 or 30.
So at that, I'm belaboring the point because it's imperative that people understand that when we get to fully funded status and we'll be at 27 million, if it goes down to 6 million that next year, that's a $21 million obligation that goes off of our books.
Correct.
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be on the council at that point, but I would love to be on the council in 2034 to see that happen, because that's like a recurring boon, a boon for the city.
Right.
Getting that, that's why I always talk about this account. It is dragging the city's finances down.
Right.
Once we get to fully funded status, imagine what we can do with an extra $20 million.
Right. Well, and part of that becomes the question of then do you fund your OPEB liability?
Well, that's the next.
And you and I have
shoe to
had
drop,
that discussion about whether it's worth it or not and who's going to be president, so.
Yeah, but I just want, people ask me, what does fully funded status mean? What it means is that you relinquish $20 million of obligations that you can put to something else.
Correct.
Which points to why this is such a critical line item that really hampers the city's ability to pay for other things.
And this is something that was initiated by statute back in the mid-'80s. I want to say 85, 86, somewhere in there. And so not just the city of Fitchburg, but all cities and towns, all retirement systems in the state have been working on this for the last 30 years, and it's going to be another 10 or 20 years to finish. But the Commonwealth and the cities and towns' retirement systems in this Commonwealth are in a much better position in terms of retirement benefits and so on than across the country. You hear a lot about other states having problems with their pension system. Massachusetts is not one of them because they've required us to fund the liability. So, yeah.
All right, Counselor Green? You're muted, Counselor.
Sorry. On the Fitchburg Public School, the transportation cost, does that increase or decrease with either the choice of being a school choice district or a non-school choice district?
That doesn't make, in my estimation, that wouldn't make any change in school transportation costs.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on this page? All right.
Okay, so I'm going to keep going. I'm going to skip page 42 because that's just a summary page, unless anybody has any questions on it. So, starting on page 43 is the Water Enterprise Fund. The city has two enterprise funds, one for water and one for wastewater. An enterprise fund is where the revenues generated stay in the fund and are used to support the activities of that fund. And they're meant to be self-sufficient. In page 43 is the revenue for water, and there are no changes, no big changes on water revenue. As was mentioned, I think, by Jeff Morosky earlier in the Finance Committee meeting, the Water Department and the Wastewater Department are engaged in a rate study to look at the rates and what increases should be coming. With the Water Department, that will be happening quicker than with the wastewater.
Councilor Di Natale.
Very quickly, what's in the retained earnings account for water? Do you know?
Offhand, I want to say it's in the neighborhood of 300,000 for water.
And so we're dipping into that this fiscal year? Is that what we're projecting, the $180,000 deficit?
Correct.
So, okay.
In my opinion, the Water Department is tight in terms of what it has for retained earnings.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Next year, they've paid off some debt, so they have less expenditures, and they feel that they'll recover okay. We'll see.
Sounds to me like they may be in trouble within 5 years.
I think that's why there's a rate study to look at what it is, because there is work that needs to be done, and they need to have the resources to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions on water?
Okay, on page...
Councilor Squalia.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just a question on the timber sales. Where are we planning on harvesting timber in the city?
That I could not tell you.
Okay,
Somewhere on water property, how's that?
thank you.
On page 44 is the personal services expense. Again, it includes step increases. There is a swapping of positions in that they're eliminating the CAD op technician and creating a junior hydraulic engineer position. That's basically because they've been moving from an AutoCAD to a GIS in their software. So they don't need the CAD operator, and it's just that kind of an upgrade. On expenses on page 45, expenses have gone slightly higher, which means they'll be able to do more routine work and maintenance, and those funds are basically coming from a reduction in debt service, which we'll see on the following page. So on page 46, the third section down is debt service, and you can see that in FY21, the projected payments are $2,252,000, and for FY22, we're down to $1,385,000. So that'll alleviate some stress on the budget. However, there is some borrowing that needs to be done in more projects, which is why they need a rate study to look at this.
Councilor Brochman.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the top of page 46, electricity.
Yep.
You're talking almost $225,000, $250,000. Again, with that new building they have on Range Road, and they got plenty of land up there, why aren't we using solar panels up there to help alleviate some of the costs?
Directly, I can't answer that. I do know that the city had some solar agreements and is using some solar credits to offset energy costs. I don't know if it's being done here on electricity. This is the regional water treatment plant, which is in Westminster, correct?
Oh, all right, Westminster.
And Westminster is Mass Electric rather than Unitil, so there's some trickiness with that, too.
There's not that much difference, though. All right.
Yep.
They're doing some neat things with those micro hydro, Counselor.
What's that?
Micro hydro, the Narrows.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So, they're looking at more of that. Fortunately, they require dams.
Oh, is that right?
And in terms of capital, they're currently finishing up on the water meter replacement project. That should generate more revenue because the new meters are tighter and will more accurately count the water usage, which will be higher and in our favor. They're also starting on the SCADA project to update their systems operations. Some of the water system improvement line item of $380,000 will be used to offset some of the costs of the SCADA project. And that's all I have on water.
Questions on water? Councilor Boishman.
Back to the 46 on department equipment. You know what that is? 120,000?
I do not.
You don't know?
I don't.
I'll have to call them, okay.
Further questions on water? All right, moving on.
Okay, our second enterprise fund is the wastewater enterprise fund. You'll notice that this has $2,899,000 coming from retained earnings. The wastewater enterprise fund has a sizable balance built up to accommodate the debt service on the consent decree capital projects. The engineering for one of these projects was discussed tonight at Finance Committee. That was a $4 million loan order. They have at least 3 other projects in the pipeline that could be presented to City Council in the next couple of months. Retained earnings balance will be drawn down so that current and they're in there so that current and future rate increases can be more smooth. And as I say, wastewater is coordinating with water on a rate study. They're in the middle of a 5-year rate schedule, so they're not looking for an immediate change, but could follow something after what the water department does. How about if I just finish the wastewater and then we'll stop?
Go right ahead.
All right. On page 48, personal services and expenses are similar to last year. You'll notice there's a lot more spending on architects and engineering costs. This is why we're dipping more into retained earnings to cover some of these projects. In the munis reports, it'll be showing all up in one line item, but we've broken it out here so you can see what the different projects are. And I forgot to ask Jeff what some of these acronyms mean. I can guess most of them, so if you have a question, I'll try and answer. On page 49, let's see, I guess I would just note that the Lunenburg Street Combination Manhole Sewer Separation Project is being funded from budgeted retained earnings for $1,750,000 rather than a loan order. So I believe that's one of the 3 projects that Jeff thought he might have coming, but I think he's going to pay that directly out of the budget and out of retained earnings.
All right, Councilor Boishman.
No, I think he answered the question. I was on page 48, the bottom down there. Then I started reading it better. I had it marks there, engineering. I guess it's all engineering to see what they're going to do.
Okay.
Yep, and there's your PFAS too.
Huh?
There's your PFAS.
I know.
PFAS monitoring.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, Councilor Green.
My question is on the collection systems operators, the increase of $73,000. Is that contractual that we're obligated to make that increase for those 5 operators, or is that a new position?
As I'm looking at this, I would say it's contractual. If you look at the figures in FY20, it was $242,000. This year, it's projected down to $215,000, which leads me to believe that they're short-staffed, and that we're trying to get up to a fully staffed operation. I know both water and wastewater have been having a little bit of trouble finding operators. It's a little bit different from DPW, where I think there's a question of wages and it's a lower skill. These are positions that require some level of skill, and I think they're having a little trouble finding people with the skill set or who are willing to work to meet the skill requirements for the position.
Seems to be the theme. Thank you.
Any other questions on wastewater? All right, moving on.
Okay. The last group is the airport. We think of it,
I'm awake on that one.
he's waiting, Counselor. The last group is the airport. We kind of look at it and treat it as an enterprise fund. It is actually not an enterprise fund. It's a what I would call a receipts reserved fund, where all the receipts to the airport go into its own fund from which they spend to do their operations. And the funds can't be mingled with the general fund operations. Down at the airport, the major projects are done, which were the administration building, the runway, and the self-service fuel. I think the pandemic has created a couple of hiccups on the return for the airport, a normal environment. The airport did close within budget in FY20, and it appears to be headed to a similar close this fiscal year. On the next page is their expenses. There's been no change in staffing, and expenses are comparable to the prior year. You'll notice the mayor did not grant the full amount requested for airport improvements. That reduction of $95,000 was money requested for repair of a hangar, and just to forewarn you that request will be coming at the next council meeting as I believe, a transfer from capital expenses to cover that repair work.
All right, Councilor Di Natale.
On the deficit for this fiscal year, you're projecting 42,000. The Status C report through April, unless there's something happening in May or June, kind of was trending towards a surplus of 50,000. So I'm kind of surprised in seeing that projection. Is there something that's not in the April report?
The projection was done midwinter.
Okay.
So I think you're right, as I've been looking at the Munis reports, the more current reports, it seems to be moving toward at least a break even or a surplus in that fund. Yeah.
That's what I was expecting, because they've been doing exceptionally well on their revenue side. I was projecting like 50K, best case, but yeah, okay. So this is based on timing. You did this a while ago at the time.
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that's clear, because it would run counter to the statements that we've been making for the last several months that they're out of the weeds. This would suggest they're not still, but I don't think that's the case. So, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Brochman.
Yeah. Listen, I talked to Pete, the commissioner down there. He told me they broke even this year, and he wanted to take me for a ride, but I'm scared of heights. But listen, the other thing I want to ask you is, are they going to pay back the money they borrowed from us? That's my big issue.
At this point, I don't see how they're going to, because they first have to generate surpluses year to year, and then they have to build up those surpluses so that they're working from money in their pocket rather than expected revenue coming in. So they should be working from a full pocket each year.
All right. I'll save it, because they come in front of the council anyway, right? Not for the budget, I mean for a loan. I thought they come in front of us.
If the order goes up for the next council meeting, then finance, they would come up in a couple of weeks.
I'll ask my questions then.
Okay. All right. So that's through the budget. I just want to mention one thing before I turn it back over to Patrick. On the agenda, there is one order that is for the revolving funds, and that's just a reauthorization of the funds we have. I believe all of them are set for a max of either what they have in their fund or 100,000, except for the one health revolving fund, which is the one we use for the MPHN And because of the grant funding we've gotten, I left it in there for another $700,000 for this year. I assume if the pandemic goes away, we'll drop that back down to $100,000. But that's just authorizing spending. So at this point, I would turn it back over to Patrick to go to the last page.
Thank you, Auditor Brooks. Okay, folks, for the last page we have for you is page 53, it is staffing levels. We've touched upon this, I think, where it was appropriate. But just to remind you, in terms of restoring positions through attrition and new positions for this year, we have the departments affected are police, fire, DPW, library, parks, community development, auditing, the assessors, cemetery, and IT.
Councilor Squalia.
Should the auditor FY '22 say 2.5?
Right, so because it is a full-time position for this year, it's counting bodies instead of hours. So it would be 3.
Right.
It is a full-time position, it is just coming in halfway through the year.
Oh, I thought it was only being funded part-time for FY '22, the third auditor, or the clerk accessory?
So it would only cost us half of the budget, half of the year's salaries, because they won't start until January.
Oh, but it is a full-time position?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Once they arrive in January, they will be here full-time.
Councilor Di Natale.
Just so I'm clear on this for everybody else, the FTE spreadsheet brings back all the attrition jobs. So that's 2 police, 2 fire, 2 DPW highway, 1 DPW parks, principal clerk in the police, and the program management assistant, and the teen librarian. Those are the attrition jobs. And then there are 3.5 full-time positions that are new that weren't there before the pandemic. That's a full-time position in auditing, full-time position in IT for the help desk technician, full-time position for a clerk in the, well, that's part-time, in the library, and a full-time position in, help me out here, I'm missing one.
Parks, recreation,
Okay, that one, okay. So that's the summary, right, of the added, the restored and added jobs.
Correct, Counselor.
All right, Councilor Brochman.
My last question before I go. My question is probably to the mayor. I want to ask a question on your financial team. Are we going to have an assessor on your financial team? Because we were, according to the city charter, we're supposed to have an assessor on the team that I read, and I gave a copy to the city solicitor a year ago, remember?
Sure.
City Solicitor?
We'll welcome them in.
So, but I was just wondering why we never had an assessor on the financial team to pick up the budget here.
Councilor, I believe the solicitor has an answer for you.
We are fortunate, we do have the assessor on our financial team, and when they come to assess and set the tax rate for us, they come and make that presentation, and the assessor's function is primarily discharged by assessing the properties and collecting the tax. So, in essence, just because they're not in this group that's in front of you, that does not mean they're not on your financial team.
All right. Okay. That's it.
Thank you. Councilor Green.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that I'm hearing this correctly. We have filled, or we are planning on filling 11 positions through attrition and hiring what would be 3 new full-time positions: auditor, IT, and a part-time library clerk and a part-time person in parks. Are those the correct numbers?
Full-time. Parks.
Counselor, it's a full-time clerk position that is split amongst 3 departments for cemetery, parks, and recreation. And the IT position is going from currently part-time to full-time. But I believe everything else you said was accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
All right, if there are no further questions, does the team have anything additional you'd like to add?
Councilors, that is all for tonight. Thank you for allowing us the time to share with you our budget. We do believe it builds off of our past momentum and will lay the groundwork for our future success, so thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation and for all the work you've put into this. I would remind councilors, actually, Madam Clerk, what date did we set for cuts to be submitted?
June 3rd.
June 3rd. Please submit any cuts by June 3rd. Please contact any department heads that you plan on submitting a cut for. It's just a courtesy, and you may also get an answer from them about a cut you're proposing. Sorry? And it is at 4:30 that you need to have these submitted by.
By when, June 3rd?
4:30
Yeah, what day?
on the June 3rd,
Okay.
4:30.
Okay.
And so please contact department heads. And also remember that when we do meet again to discuss cuts, we will also be discussing the salary of the mayor and councilors per city charter, or per city code, rather. And with that, that concludes our business. Can I have?
Motion to adjourn?
I have a motion and second to adjourn. Actually, I'm sorry, can I please get a motion to send these items to a future council as a whole committee on, I'm sorry, what date?
That'll be June.
June 10th?
June 10th.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion and second. If there's no objection, we'll do this by unanimous consent. Seeing none, I then have a motion and second to adjourn. And if there is no objection, then we stand adjourned.